Anyhow.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Spirit and Salt, episode number 30. We're all a little. It's been 84 years since the last time we played in real life.
Gracious.
So, episode 30, gang. Yes, sir. Anyway, let's do a little recap. Last time
Of all 30 episodes.
of all 30 episodes, we're going to start episode 1. Last time on Spirit and Salt, you guys had defeated the vampire sheriff of Blackwood, Bill Statler, and we're kind of unwinding from all of that. Spent a little bit more time in the town of Blackwood, making sure the situation was stable there. Orlando Merrill taking over as interim sheriff, and eventually made your way back to Cherry Falls to participate as soon as possible in the Artificer contest there at Canton Mechanics, so that the Pendleton brothers could get out of the red. You guys made your way back to Cherry Falls, met with Daisy Canton, found that she'd kind of already been drumming up hype a little bit and could put a fight together in the space of a day or two. Made arrangements to make it for essentially as soon as possible. Briefly met with the other team, Talos Arcanotech, who Marvel had a little bit of intel on once he kind of met them and remembered some things that he'd read about them. And then spent that day just kind of chilling, unwinding from a very stressful adventure. Taking some drug candy and shooting beer bottles out in the wilderness. Also spending a little bit of time sowing ill rumors about Talos Arcanotech and building up hype for your team such that the crowd will be a little bit more on your side when the fight begins. Also reunited with Raul Nicosi, with Nessa, made some loose plans for where you guys will go after that's all said and done and where they will go. And then the following night began the Artificer contest against Talos Arcanotech, who you discovered to be 3 artificers donned in enormous mech suits, much larger than Marvel's. One like a 2-story building size high. Them having told you that these take like weeks to charge with conventional tapping. And the nature of the fight being that you either needed to drop each other down to 0 quote-unquote hit points, which for the purposes of this fight is just kind of your staying power in this fight, not your true bodily health, or just remove the opponents from the ring, in which case they're disqualified. As the fight began, you guys removed Runner the old-fashioned way by beating the fuck out of them, disqualifying them by the virtue of the fact that their mech suit stopped working, and disqualified Rattler in the spicier way by pushing them out of the ring with a shot from Bones' rifle, and they were unable to bring themselves back in with their harpoon gun attempts to pull themselves back over the fence, thereby disqualified even though they still had some fight left in them. So the only 2 remaining combatants at that point were the largest and most intimidating of the mechs, Tortuga, as well as a little stone mech that they have fighting with them, little stone golem essentially, with some steampunk apparatus attached to it that acts as sort of its defender. Notably, as this fight was prepping and then beginning, Basamajik essentially said that he was not going to participate, not wanting to put his face out in front of all these people, and as a matter of fact, had taken on a bit of a new persona, Charvy, his sort of Old West persona.
I'm Charvy.
And what seems to be kind of a combo of dissociation and also subterfuge. Basamajik / Charvy.
That's very generous.
Yeah. I appreciate that, actually. Yeah, thank you.
Had stayed outside the ring, just kind of spectating, watching, not wanting to be seen by anyone. And in the midst of sort of keeping an eye on the situation while he was outside of the ring, saw, as the fight began, sort of approaching the arena, one Kageyori, just kind of sauntering up, standing now with the rest of the crowd, just kind of watching the fight proceed. The crowd, which includes a couple people that I forgot to mention last time. Rafferty Garrington and Milo Abracosa are here, as well as Irene Haas, the hat lady. Daisy Canton and her father, Archie Canton, of course, the owners of Canton Mechanics. The twins, of course, here hyping up their business and trying to make connections and make as much business as they can out of this. Raul and Nicosi, of course, watching Emmett Heath, the artificer from the train, and, of course, Octavius Mood and his man, Jacqueline Herson. So, with all those spectators here observing, the fight was underway we left off in the midst of a spicy combat, an initiative order, because things were getting a little late for us in real life at the time. You'll see those numbers that weren't there last time. I put up on the screen there. The D6 is the current inspiration die that you all have from the crowd being on your side. The +2 is the bonus that you have to the future checks to keep the crowd on your side or get them even more on your side. And the aura around Patches is an area where no roll has advantage or disadvantage for any reason because the Wand of Wonder is shining with an area of no disadvantage or advantage from anything. With that, we are going to just jump straight back in to where we were. Before we jump back into initiative order, inspirations. 1 goes to Drake for your wonderful, eloquent letter to Marble about your conspiracy theory about Cadence working for Mick.
That was great.
It was really, really, really good.
I loved it.
I've never put that much thought into anything I've ever done in my life.
For real.
And then 1 goes to Bones for funding the Twins Get Along hat because they were too deep in the red to afford it themselves.
I'll take it. Get along that.
Get Along hat. Which I did forget to mention at some point last session that the Twins are walking through the crowd in the Get Along hat, talking to people sort of in tandem with their hats connected.
The hat is
My favorite
connected.
part is either means they can't look at each other or they must be facing each other at all
Right,
times,
right.
which
They-
I think is the funnier
They
option.
did spend the whole day leading up to the fight sort of figuring out how
Yeah.
to make it operate in this hat and ultimately decided that it was still the best idea to do it.
Yeah, yeah.
And then in the red, you said?
In the red.
Really, really deeply red. And not their fault, really.
Well,
Okay, well, that's deceptively true.
We are going to jump back into initiative order. The next act, Cadence had just gone. She's hidden, tried to fire a shot at Tortuga, which missed. But thanks to your Skulker feat, you are still hidden from Tortuga. The next act is Rocker, this stone golem with steampunk sort of components animating it, standing down by Morisco. It doesn't have a very fancy turn to take. It's just going to attack Morisco. You see it just lifts up a big stone club arm and just swings it at you. Morisco, a 12, I'm sure misses you, especially with your hasted armor class, especially, I'm sure.
Oh, right. I forgot I'm still hasted.
You are indeed. Okay, that is it. Rocker will go ahead and swing around to this space. Staying, actually, no, he's going to come right here. Just kind of staying in your range, but getting a little closer to Tortuga. You guys know he's capable of kind of protecting Tortuga a little bit as long as he's close to him. Next up, that brings us to Bones.
It's me. Do I remember correctly that both of the two that are out of bounds are permanently out of the fight?
Yes, they are out of the fight completely.
Wonderful. That being the case, I'm going to use my bonus action to Hunter's Mark Rocker.
Okay.
And then I will hold my shot.
Okay, holding your shots for your Patience Marksman feature. All right. Next up, then, is Morisco.
Cool. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna go after Rocker. If I get rid of Rocker, then he can't help Tortuga.
Alrighty, sounds good.
That being the case, I will go ahead and shoot before Morisco then.
Okay, got it.
Hit for 22?
Yes.
Or sorry, 22 to
Yeah,
hit.
22 absolutely hits.
30 total damage.
Yeesh, 30 points
Whoa.
of damage on Rocker.
And then if pushing him back would do anything, he needs a strength save.
Yes, it will potentially do some bonk damage if he
Okay.
fails, so here's his strength saving throw. That is a 18.
That succeeds.
Okay,
so
so
he's fine.
not pushed back for any more bonk damage.
Yep. But then, Morisco, you have advantage on your...
Yep.
Cool.
Oh my
The
god.
moving blade.
I have extra attack.
Oh yeah, you get
Ooh.
to attack twice.
I do. Does a 26 hit?
26 for sure hits, yes.
Awesome.
You're a big boy ranger now.
I
2
am
attacks.
Big Boy Ranger. 16 more damage on that.
16 more damage. Okay, and with that, as those 2 shots crack from Bones' rifle, I think up on Marble's shoulder still, or up on top of his helmet.
Yeah.
They shatter big stones of, or big bits of stone off of the chest of Rocker, sending him staggering backwards. He has to sort of like right himself on this siege tower, and that gives you an opening, Morisco, to attack with advantage.
Cool. Oh, nat 20.
Hell yeah.
25 damage.
25 points of damage, good God. Where Bone Shot cracks a couple of big chunks out of the stone.
Hey.
You sort of insert your rapier after that strike, the magic of it pushing it through the stone itself, sending sort of splintering spider cracks off of it. That is your attack.
Sorry, will you remind me what the crowd bonus we have is?
Right now, you all have a D6 inspiration die that you can use on any attack roll or saving throw.
Okay.
Right now, every initiative count 20 and 10. You guys are going to make contested persuasion checks against their team. You guys have a +2 to that check because you keep winning over and over.
Got
if
it.
you lose, it starts swinging back towards them.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep. And how much you win by is determines whether it's a D6 or a D8 or a D10 or however it goes.
I'll use a bonus action to cast Spiritual Weapon on the opposite side of Rocker.
Nice. Big spectral meat cleaver shows up inside him. Honestly, it's small enough that it could show up kind of underneath the scaffolding of this thing if you wanted to.
Yeah, it'd be kind of cool, and it can swing out and
Yeah, hell yeah.
yeah.
That will be a miss,
Ooh,
unfortunately.
okay,
11.
that's fine. I'll go with my other attack.
It's almost another
Oh
attack.
no!
The 9 misses, unfortunately. It's your blade strikes true, but just kind of glances off the stone of it with a scratch and a spark.
Dang. Oh well.
Okay, that's your action, your hasted action, your bonus action. I'm assuming you don't want to move right now.
Yep. Not gonna move. That seems like a bad idea.
Okay, that then brings us to Tortuga. Big, towering, 2.5-story tall, enormous constructs. Somewhere inside of the sort of windshield of it, you can see the pilot. He did not recharge his big sweeping axe attack last turn, so now he's just to do regular old attacks. He looks around inside of that cockpit to see who looks the easiest to remove from this fight. Bones is the one dishing out the most damage. He's going to take a swing at Bones to start with. That's a 20 to hit you, Bones. Bones, you take 20 points of bludgeoning damage. In addition, I need you to make a strength saving throw.
14.
I'm going to use my reaction to cast resistance and give you roll a d4 and add it to it.
Okay, add the d4 to that. You guys don't know his DC yet.
1, and I forget what I just told you. So
14.
15 is still a failure. I will say, by virtue of seeing a save, now you know that 17 is the DC.
Okay.
So you know that's the future uses of Flash of Genius and resistance and such. But on the 15 still being a failure, Tortuga, after looking around, kind of evaluating the targets, with the big left arm just swings down with this massive arm the size of an automobile and slams it into you, Bones. You barely manage to duck enough to not be knocked out immediately. And you do fall prone. So you fall down kind of off of Marble's back to land over here.
Okay.
And then with you prone and knocked down, he's going to focus fire and keep attacking you.
Understandable.
Wants to get somebody out of this fight. Even the odds a little bit. Having lost 2 of his compatriots, this attack is with advantage because you're prone. That is another 20 to hit.
That'll hit.
Kind of bad damage roll.
It's going to have to be pretty bad.
It is bad enough. He does exactly 20 points of damage.
Hey.
It leaves you, I believe, 2 hit points.
Correct.
As you fall down to the ground prone, you see that he raises up this big arm that has blades along the back of it and just goes to swing it down towards you. You kind of roll out of the way, but it takes enough exertion from you to put you nearly out of the fight. Still prone on the ground.
We're getting what, 8 hit points back a turn right
You
now?
do get at the start of each of your turns Morisco's proficiency bonus worth of tip HP because of the bark skin spell. Okay, that is Tortuga's action. He does not have a bonus action to use. If he moves, he's going to take a fuckload of opportunity attacks, so he doesn't
Do
really
it.
want to do that.
Do it.
I think he's going to stay right there, stand his ground. He's pretty happy with his position at the moment. That is it for his turn. If he gets a 6 on this d6, he will regain his sweeping attack for next turn. 5. He does not get back his sweeping attack for next turn. That brings us next to Masamajik / Charvy.
Charlie.
Out in the crowd, you have spotted Kageori, and then you kind of dip behind a big rock over here to stay out of sight and not be seen. Again, as last time, if you want to do something to like initiate a crowd contest to hype up your team, you can. Or if there's anything else you want to do, you can. Or if
Yeah.
you're just kind of staying hidden, you let me know what you want to do.
I've considered this, but I honestly don't think there's a lot Boss would do
Right.
in this moment. I think, once again, his whole prerogative was to not be seen.
Yeah, but it doesn't make a ton of sense for him to like start throwing hands up and trying to get everybody cheering.
Can I move like a little north, like past Nessa and like Ranakosi,
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
like that way? Just like let's
Yeah.
get me out of the eyesight of possibly out of Kageori's.
Yeah, you kind of back off a little bit off screen, presumably, a little bit to the north.
Take me like as far as I can with.
Yeah, you've had a couple rounds to move, so I'll let you kind of move in a non-combat sort of order. If you
Yeah,
want to.
40 out. Just like maybe over on the other side of Jacqueline.
All right, cool. Kind of mingling with the crowd over here.
Yeah, I'm just I'm a cool cowboy.
Yeah.
yeah.
As you're kind of keeping an eye on Kageori, roll me an insight check.
I would
if you
love to. 23.
23 is quite good. You watch Kageori's just body language for a second, under the thought, like, is he about to start fucking trying to kill people or something? He does just kind of, as described, step up to sort of the edge of the crowd, kind of stands beside the fence, and just kind of stand there. One hand in a pocket, one hand just holding a peppermint stick and kind of rolling it around between his teeth. He's getting some weird looks.
I was going to say, how many... Actually, while we're here, how many people look at him? Is there anybody in particular giving him weirder looks?
Give
Did
me...
anybody feel very weird about him?
Yeah. For that, give me a perception check. We'll call this a search action.
That's my shit. Actually, 13.
13 total. No, you on a 13 you see some people giving him weird looks, but it seems like just the people around him noticing that he is a weird, scary-looking guy. But it's a magical world. There are weird, scary-looking people out there. Nobody is like regarding him like with terror, or like they know who he is, or like they think that he's a danger or anything. Some people just kind of give him weird looks, like they've never seen a guy that looks like this before, or they just kind of make there's kind of a sense of discomfort. But yeah, no specific people giving him looks that make you think they know him, or they're especially noticing him, or anything like that. Back in the ring, that brings us to Ghost's turn.
Do I see Kageori?
Yeah, as you kind of have your back to this wall, kind of facing the right direction to see him anyway, you do see Kageori kind of step up to the edge of the fence and just kind of stop there and spectate the fight. At the moment, he kind of steps up just in time to see Tortuga do this big swing down at Bones, and kind of just watches.
Okay. I have a passive insight of 14.
Yeah.
I have 19 intelligence.
Okay.
I need you to tell me, honestly,
Okay.
based on that, is it a good idea for me to attack Kageori?
Passive insight of 14. I really think this has less to do with insight and more to do with, like you said, you just are a smart guy. What's your passive investigation?
20.
20 is very good passive investigation. Like I said earlier, some people are regarding Kageori with weird looks because he's a weird-looking guy, but you're not seeing anyone that looks like they recognize him as a threat. Like, oh my god, there's a criminal or active shooter here or anything. As far as anyone knows, he's just kind of a weirdo in the crowd. You think that if you, as far as anyone here knows, unprovoked attack someone in the crowd, that could potentially go poorly for you, and also for potentially your friends that are trying to do business in this town. That's what I'll say. What you're sizing up in the situation is that without all the background knowledge that you have, knowing that this guy is a heinous criminal who just kidnapped people and has actively tried to murder several of you, with what he's doing right now, he's just a guy in the crowd watching a show, and attacking him would put you in trouble, not him. But as far as how much trouble or what variety of trouble, I kind of leave that to your judgment.
Interesting. I need to make a save.
Okay, I love that for you.
Okay. Ghost is going to stay focused. He doesn't immediately panic when he sees Kageori.
Okay.
I will reach out to everybody and just say, Kageori's here. And I will also contact the twins and tell them, try to get away.
Okay.
And I will step around here. Ghost is trying to multitask now at this point, trying to talk to people and also focus on the spell that he's casting.
Right.
I'll come over here and actually no, it's gonna stand here, press his back up against this barricade, the little lens that he's focusing on, and he's going to think back to Statler, the daylight burning him away. Is going to continue to cast daylight into this lens, and I need Rocker and Tortuga to make dexterity saving throws.
Okay, dexterity saving throws from Rocker and Tortuga. From Rocker, 14.
It's fail.
From Tortuga, a nat 18 for a total of 17 with a -1.
17 is my save.
Oh,
so you
just-
save on that.
Woo, Jesus. What the fuck is this?
So Rocker takes 48 and Tortuga takes 24 as all that daylight energy gets focused into this lens, magnified, and he casts Radiant Torrent.
Oh my god. Insane. Okay, 48 points of damage. Rocker is absolutely fucking vaporized. You point this lens towards these two mechs and just put all of the might of the true light of the sun down to about a 1-inch circle and just shine it through both of these guys. You watch the center of Rocker, where this light shines, melt down into magma and start pouring down his back, destroying a bunch of mechanical parts on his back and sending him tumbling to the ground destroyed. And the light that is shown through Rocker and burned all the way through his rocky form, turning it to magma, slices through one of the legs of Tortuga, dealing him 24 points of damage. Smoking hole in one of Tortuga's legs. Sparks start to fly out of one of the hydraulic mechanisms in there. Absolutely fucking bonkers.
Probably also does some damage to the tower.
Oh yeah, for sure. Probably like burns a hole in this sort of wall back here and a little bit in this scaffolding.
Burns a couple of the front struts.
Yeah, there's a bit of an alarming like as one of the metal beams of the siege tower thing snaps and it kind of tilts over towards Morisco, but doesn't quite fall over. Insanity. That, I believe, is your action. You guys all hear this mental warning from Ghost, and now all of you can kind of look that direction and see Kageori kind of standing, just watching. He sees you all kind of look at him at the same time and just kind of reaches up to his hat and tips his hat at you with a nod. Roll me a persuasion check for the twins. I wouldn't call for this, except they're so in their heads.
There also are in the Get Along hat.
They're in the get along. Two, okay. You tell them try to get away. They can't respond to you. You see Top talking to some business person, says, a moment, let's just speak to each other for just a second here. And you see Yo-Yo go, no, we cannot walk. Do you see all the money we can be printing here? Furbol's winning. And Top says, are you out of your mind? We were kidnapped by a vampire like 2 days ago. We gotta pay fucking attention. Yo-Yo says, no, I'm not going anywhere, but we're this far in the red. And you see Top reach up dramatically and pull the lace that ties the Get Along hat together so that they separate. And Top starts to kind of walk kind of off in this direction.
The worst possible scenario.
The best possible outcome is they stay right here by help. This is the worst possible
So to
outcome.
be clear, he's not leaving. He goes and he walks towards Boss. He walks towards someone stronger than him, which is maybe not great for Boss. But you know, they were given before this fight ever started, like, take specs with you, and if shit goes south, keep yourself safe.
Right.
And see, they're now being told.
It's fine. Top has specs. I can.
That's true. I think Top, yeah, he'll take specs. But he doesn't, like, to be clear, he's not leaving the arena and going. He just gets closer to Boss for some safety.
Okay.
Okay, great. Really, really great.
Yeah, and then I duck back around, and I'm going to press myself up against this barricade again, and I'm going to try and keep eyes on Kageori.
Yeah. As you sort of make eye contact with Kageori, he tips his hat, and out loud to you, you hear him just say, nice move there, Chief. That brings us to the next round of the crowd. Whoever would like to make the persuasion check for your team, it has been Morisco so far, you will be competing against a 13. So someone's got to try to beat a 13 on a persuasion check. You have a +2 to your roll.
I can't fail.
And you also have a +6 dice.
Amazing. Because of the +2, that moves it from beating them by 10 to beating them by 12, which means now the inspiration die that you guys all now carry is a D12 inspiration die until the next one of these contests. And that brings us to...
So we have these ones with spend it on Patch's turn.
Yeah, I guess that's true. It's only Patches. Congratulations, Patches. You got a D12 inspiration die this turn. And it is now your
Well,
turn.
unless he does something to all of us.
That's true. You might need it to save against Patches spells.
I mean, I feel like the only thing I can do
Something like
Fireball.
that.
Just try for a fireball.
Yeah, I love it.
So I will do that.
Pointing the Wand of Wonder at Tortuga, I presume.
Yes.
Give me a D100. Before I even know what you rolled, Tortuga is very tall, pointing kind of up towards its head or kind of down towards its feet. Because it could affect whether you're like,
towards its head, yeah.
yeah, towards its head, okay. And then what was your D100 roll?
93.
93, wow. Roll me as well a D4, please.
4.
Outstanding. Measure here.
You hate to hear it.
Right.
You hate to hear it.
Never want to hear him ask for a T4 and then measure.
Okay. You raise the Wand of Wonder, which currently you're standing in just like a grayscale area where everything looks kind of like a black and white photograph in motion. You point the Wand of Wonder kind of through the slat in your wall that you're in front of, up towards the head of Tortuga. Unleash the magic. You see for a moment the entire wand turns gold, as if Midas has touched it, and your fingertips start to turn a little bit gold as well. For a moment you're worried that you're going to turn into gold, but instead, shooting out from the end of the wand comes just a cascade of little nuggets of gold that start just spilling out in a stream. Not going far enough to hit anything. They all kind of fall down. They go 30 feet, meaning they kind of fall around Morisco's feet a little bit. However, you aimed it up. So it's more like, Morisco, you get kind of like pelted with a hail of...
Would you almost call it like a shower of gold?
Yeah, there's truly a golden shower that falls upon you, Morisco.
Really
Literally.
It doesn't do any damage or anything, but when it's done, there's gold nuggets sitting all over the ground.
I feel like that gets the crowd really on my side. I'm just throwing it up.
Yeah, there's a lot of cheering. A lot of cheering about that. Okay, Apache, that's your action. Do you want to take any bonus action or movements?
Can I take the search action as a bonus action?
No, not unless you have the observant feat.
I do.
Then yes, you can.
I would like to do that.
Okay, what would you like to search for? In particular, just looking around.
Just looking around.
Yeah, give me a perception check.
17.
17. Okay. You look around. I think the thing that you notice on a 17 is Kageori, this guy down in the, which you were absent for, a big giant chunk of this. This here is Kageori. He is, you know him, you're the only one who actually knew this before this arc, the sort of right-hand man and fixer for Mick Eisenhower, the CEO of the big military industrial company that's kind of, you guys have beef with. So essentially when that company needs some underhanded criminal dealings done, he's the guy who does them, because obviously their CEO can't get his hands dirty. You guys basically know that he was responsible for everything that just happened to the twins and everything here kind of indirectly. You've encountered him once and you didn't like fight him or anything, had kind of a weird tense standoff with him, and then he kind of went away. And now here he is again. And you see that the thing that you notice on a 17, he does look kind of up to the north and clock where Top goes. He like watches Top walk over towards Boss and then just kind of keeps an eye on him. Again, not clear why or anything, but he's keeping an eye on everybody. So take that for what it's worth on your 17 perception check.
Okay, sounds good.
That's action, bonus action. Do you want to move? You staying there?
I think I'll stay there.
Okay, great. Top of the round, Rattler is out of the combat. Runner is out of the combat. Let's go ahead and just to make this a little bit more interesting, let's move the next contest to initiative count. Let's put it at, I think if we put it at 13, it'll fall kind of in the middle of you guys. So from now on, instead of a 20, we'll do the contest at 13. Just to keep it from being just two back-to-back like that. And that brings us to Marble's turn.
All right. I'm going to cast a spell. Two little rockets on my shoulder blast off into the sky and explode like little fireworks. So I'm going to cast Skywrite, and I'm going to write accessible inventions.
Hell yes.
And then I don't have a bonus action. And then I'm just going to have Kite pop out, shoot, and then go to the next bin to hide.
Popping from bin to bin to bin, just popping out of little like metal crates and give me exactly
16.
16.
I assume that does not hit.
It is a miss, unfortunately, yeah. The projectile kind of plinks off of Tortuga and Kite just kind of dips back down into the rubble.
It's the principle of the thing.
Okay, give me, with that Skywrite, give me a performance check, and you can use your... You know what, you can just make me essentially a Artificer spellcasting check, like an intelligence plus proficiency check.
17. I'm going to go ahead and use my D12 to make it a 22.
Nice, 22, hell yeah. I will say on a 22, we'll bump you guys up to having a +4. Let's go. On your next, get in the crowd here check. At this point, the crowd, especially seeing accessible dimensions appear in sort of the sky above, is fully on you guys' side. All of the home team fans are sort of, at best, dejected, and in other cases are fully switching teams. That is your action and your bonus action. Do you want to move? You stand there.
I'm going to go to the west.
Okay. 5, 10.
Again, I'm going to see if I want to see if I can get it to hit me.
Yeah, so probably the shortest way to get out of his reach is to go 5, 10, and then you're out of his reach.
Okay.
So then he will go do his opportunity attack. He's got no reason not to. He's got no great use for his reactions. That is a 27 to hit you.
That will hit.
21 points of bludgeoning damage, which is
Reduced by 3
to 18 points of bludgeoning damage. And then in addition, I need you to make a strength saving.
And I'm going to activate my magical armor.
Okay.
So that I can add my strength saving thing. Is this to be knocked prone?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, I'm just going to activate my armor to just not be knocked prone.
There you go, yeah.
I'm not even going to make the save. I'm just going to just not be knocked prone.
Hell yeah. He, with the big arms, sweeps it at your legs as you're walking away and tries to trip you, and you just do a nimble little leap up and then slam down with a thud. Crowd goes wild. That is 10 feet of your movement, and he's used his reaction.
I'm going to then do something real fun. I'm going to move diagonal down.
That's
Actually, no. Actually, gotta go sideways. Sorry, gotta go to the east. I don't know if I can squeeze there.
you can be squeezing, so this would take 10 feet of movement.
And then I'm going to bait and switch with Bones.
Okay, nice. So you swap places with him,
Yeah.
right?
So I'm going to just going to kind of take my shield in my left arm, and I'm just going to kind of just scoop and slide on the shield and just kind of push you behind me.
Hell yeah. And then he gets bonus to his armor class, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. You roll it.
Yes. So you have 4 more AC until the
your AC.
beginning of my next turn.
Very nice.
Sort of my next turn.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
And that's me.
Yeah, the crowd goes ballistic seeing that nimble leap you do up over the club of this thing and then sort of sweeping Bones up, moving him out of the way. Awesome. That, I believe, is Marble's turn. Next up is Cadence. Still hidden.
Yeah, well, he's distracted with marble shenanigans. I will take a shot at all the exposed gears and wires that Ghost just provided for me.
Yeah, you can see a hole of dripping metal melted down some inner wiring. Just big enough for a bullet.
19 to hit?
19, unfortunately, is a miss.
Damn.
Planks off the metal.
Yeah.
But you do have a D12 inspiration die you can spend if you wish to.
Yeah, I'll use it here. It seems silly not to.
All right.
Oh, not much better. 21 total
That's
to hit.
exactly his armor class. That's
Okay.
just what you needed.
Really bad damage. 27 piercing damage?
27. It's a piercing damage. A bullet follows Ghost's hole in this thing's thigh. Some sparks and shrapnel flying out the back of it.
And then I'm gonna bonus action hide again.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
16.
16, okay. So you see Tortuga looks down to the corner where you just shot from, just in time for you to kind of... I think probably you have to move a little bit to re-hide from the same spot.
Yeah, I'll
but
take
you
a
can just
step
kind
over,
of wheel
yeah.
over to here and be fine. Okay, great. That's it for Cadence. That brings us now to Bones.
I'm going to use my bonus action to switch my Hunter's Mark over to him. I'm going to move kind of down and to the east, sort of between Marble and Morisco from his line of sight.
So step 1, you got to stand up from prone.
Yes,
Half a movement to stand up. And then going
Like 1, 2,
5, 10.
Oh, preferably not entering his sweep.
Makes sense.
So-
5, 10, 15.
Yep, that is good.
That does put you in no disadvantage or advantage range. So no roll you make in that space will have an
Oh,
advantage.
right, patches thing. You're so right. You're
These
sorry.
patches
You know
will
what? I'm actually. Let me just back up a little bit towards that tower. So from where I was standing, I'll go northwest.
I see.
Northwest.
So
Yep.
like right here.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
That's good.
Great.
And then I hold a shot.
All right, cool. Rolling your action. That brings us now to
Wait, you're gonna hold a shot?
Yeah.
Is that what Bones is gonna do?
That's what Bones
That's
is gonna do.
crazy.
the classic Bones turn. All right, Morisco. That brings us to you. Still hasted.
Yep. The spiritual weapon will go first.
Makes sense.
23
23 absolutely hits.
for 9 force damage.
9 points of force damage.
Then I'll go ahead and swing at it with the booming blade.
I'll fire so we can have advantage.
Okay, attack.
Oh my god. the one time I didn't get myself advantage. That one.
Okay, that one misses. Unfortunately, you do get a second attack though, because you're a big boy ranger now.
So, thank God. 19 hit.
19 misses.
I'll throw on my bardic.
Okay, gotta get at least a 2. Just don't roll 1 on the bardic.
We're good.
Okay,
28 total points of damage.
28 points of damage, and he needs some kind of save.
Strength save, yeah.
18.
He is fine.
Okay, resists the most deleterious effects of that.
Yep.
That will give advantage to Marisco's attack. Marisco, go with your attack with advantage.
That is with advantage, but I will burn favored by the gods, and I don't think I can make that miss.
If you would prefer, instead of favor by the gods, you control.
Oh wait, the bardic.
Yep.
I'll do that.
Just gotta not get 1.
8.
All right, you're good. The attack hits with the crowd sort of cheering for you, finding the extra
Cool.
vigor. You're the last few holdouts in the crowd. There's some people that bet a bunch of money on this fight and are screaming about their losses, but nearly everybody is cheering for you guys now.
17.
17 points of damage. Tortuga is barely holding on. You see that the
Love to hear.
you guys are wisely focusing all your fire on the one leg where Ghost has put this massive Death Star weakness in this thing, and it's teetering on the verge of collapsing onto its side, and you see no way this thing could possibly stand up from being on its side.
I have my haste action left, so I'm going to attack it with the Mirror Light Blade.
Okay.
Since it's already taking damage before, it does take 3 damage.
Extra 3 points of damage just for making the attack.
Yep.
Whether it hits or misses. That's
25. 8 damage then.
8 points of damage. Just hanging on by a thread. You see that with your rapier, a couple strikes, and with the pulsing of magic coming off of it, you fully sever, like, calf from thigh, and it's now doing, like, a balance on one leg thing, barely standing up. The crowd starts to gasp.
And I can't fight because I forgot to.
You can if you wish, it's not too late.
Okay, yeah.
There he goes.
12 more.
Appropriate that Marisco is the one who has been sort of hyping up accessible inventions with these checks as the fight has gone on, and he's the one to finish the fight. You stab your rapier into this shred of metal, connecting its leg to its thigh. It stumbles backwards for just a moment, tries in vain to stay standing on one leg, and then just with a thundering crash, tumbles to the ground in an explosion of dust.
I'd like to jump on top of it and then bow, taking my hat off.
Amazing. You give the crowd a low bow, and the crowd goes absolutely fucking ballistic. Wild cheering.
Can I make direct eye contact with the guy who pointed out my stealth the first round?
Yeah. You see that he is fully in tears, looking through his wallet, having just bet his whole life savings on this fight. So sure that Talos was going to win. As you guys are the victors in the Canton Arcanotech Artificer Contest. With that, Daisy Canton kind of, as the crowd's cheering winds down just a little bit, enough for her voice to be heard over the din, just shouts out, "Our winner is Accessible Inventions!" And the crowd goes wild. Yo-Yo throwing his hands up, walking through the crowd, getting everybody cheering, so fired up. Top looking a little bit more concerned, watching Yo-Yo carefully. Leaning over towards Boss / Charvy and just saying, "Do you know what Ghost said? Just get away."
Oh, who are you, young man?
Oh my God, we don't have time for this shit. And
Just stand by.
it's me, your buddy, Cletus.
Stand behind me. Shut up. Get behind the rock.
He goes and hides behind the rock as you instruct. Can
anybody see me talking?
Give me insider perception to see if anyone noticed you.
Can I just use my passive
Yeah.
20?
Passive 20. You don't see anybody clocking your conversation.
Right.
It's that you wisely had that conversation while the crowd was in uproarious cheering. It would have been hard to hear your conversation if anybody tried to. You do clock on a dirty 20 passive. Kageori kind of glances in you guys' direction. You don't necessarily know if he recognizes you, or certainly if he clocked what you're saying, unless he can read lips or something. But he has eyes on top. You're not so sure whether he has eyes on you, but he has eyes on top. Daisy kind of walks out onto the field and shakes hands with you, Marble, and I think actually at this point now that it's not sort of against the rules to do so, Top and Yo-Yo, Top will kind of walk. Well, Top will stay where you told him to stay, but Yo-Yo will kind of walk out onto.
Wait, no, Yo-Yo's with me.
Top is with you. Yo-Yo is still kind of working
You
the crowd.
switched their
Oh, did I move the tokens wrong? I'm so sorry. Let's see. How can I do such a thing with these identical tokens?
But they look exactly the same. So Top is with me.
Top is with you. Yo-Yo kind of walks out and joins the crowd here, both because he wants to get the hype and fanfare, and also because he was just told by Ghost to like stay in safety, and the safest place for him is with his brother. You see that Wright climbs out of the fallen Tortuga, shaken up, but okay. Eventually, after another 45 seconds or so, the effect from Patch's wand goes away. I will say, if at some point you guys gather up those gold things, the D4 you rolled had to do with how much this is worth.
Is it like real gold?
It's
or
gold. It's real gold. After the
Not gonna,
magic
like,
is ended, there was
disappear?
just gold sitting on the realms. So if you go gather up that gold that burst out of your wand, you do have 400 marks worth of gold.
Jesus.
93 from now.
Why are we not using that on cooldown just so we might get gold?
Not in dollar bills, but in true actual gold, appropriate here in the Wild West, gold nuggets. You go and kind of gather those up.
Don't worry, everybody. It'll disappear eventually. It's just a funny magic and trick thing.
At this point, just in case it matters, I will go ahead and put Runner the mech back in here where it fell. Bell is kind of still out in the crowd, as is Edison. They kind of regroup over here. Stepping into the arena, I know some people have hands raised, but Daisy, after shouting out Accessible Mentions win, Archie Canton steps over to you, Marble, and shakes your giant mech hand.
Marble is like, I want to address the crowd.
Sure, absolutely. A word from the winners, he says.
So, Marble has some of his tinker devices that he can use to like have these like little phrases during combat inside his suit that he can hit, and he's going to be programming them as he's doing this. And out blaring from the speakers, he gives a little speech. This comes out a little bit more robotic. I can't do Philo's robot voice, unfortunately.
I would put like a robot filter on there if we had one. Marble's voice coming out a little bit robotic.
I'd like to address the crowd. I have a speech impediment that would make this difficult to get through, so thank you for understanding it in me using Arcanotech in place of my voice. I am both honored and excited to have participated in this arena, getting to see the amazing inventions of my artificing brother and sisters. Artificers like us paved the way to a bright future of ingenuity and bounty through trial and our fair share of error. That's where we thrive, on the cusp of failure and creation. We bring comfort and ease of living to people in our community and the world. There have always been those who would try to extort us for their benefit, especially in times like these, times where our trade is being outlawed in Daybreak City, under the ruse of how dangerous it is while the gangs and elites line their pockets with our blood and sweat, selling our wares in the black market for higher profit. People like Eisenhower intimidating artificers into giving up their life's work to him or threatening their lives if they don't. Having artificers build his war machines so common people can fight and die for the elites to profit even more while destroying the lives of the commoners. They do this because they hold the power. What can you do? Alone? Very little. They don't want us to realize this, but we are the many. United, not only is our voice stronger, we are stronger. We have the real power. I artifice because I love the feeling of creation, of discovery, of knowing the impact I make on those around me, knowing that anyone who walks into my shop will leave better than they were. I, like you, pour my sweat, my tears, and my passion into everything I make so that those around and after me can know a better life. Mick has stolen my friend's invention, trapped it to kill him, submitted a patent, and put a hit on him. He tried to buy my invention from me and I turned him down. He since then has stolen parts of my schematics, plans to use to fuel his war machines, then kidnapped my brothers and put a hit on me. We survived because we have each other. I refuse to stand by while these bastards bully us into submission. We need to unite. I do not expect you to do so now, but if Mick does come to your door, know that I am behind you. You are not alone. If anyone you know is being pushed around, tell them I have their back. And then he raises his fist in the air and looks at Cadence, and he says, together, we don't break.
Amazing. Give me a persuasion check with advantage, and since you were at a +4 to like bolstering the crowd, add an extra +4 to it.
21.
21. Okay, brilliant.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'll throw a flash on there to give it another 4 to a 25.
Amazing. 25 is an important threshold. I'll tell you why here in just a second. As you give this speech, the crowd begins to go wild. Wright and Bell and Edison are the first to begin cheering for you. The crowd following shortly thereafter. Yo-Yo steps up and kind of pats you on the shoulder, nods at you with a smile. You see that Archie, you may recall 6 sessions ago or something, when you first came here and learned that Mick had bought all the parts that you wanted from this factory, that Daisy was like, if I was in charge, we wouldn't sell to customers like that, but it's still my dad's business. This is still Archie Canton's business, and on a 21, may not have been enough to change his mind. On a 25, Archie looks moved by your speech and moved by the response he sees. He is still, at the end of the day, a capitalist, but, you know, he can feel the groundswell changing around here. He can feel the tide changing. And he sort of steps up, puts a hand onto your shoulder as well, kind of shouts out to the crowd after the applause dies down a little bit. It says, Canton Mechanics, we'll stand with small-time artificers over the big businesses moving forward. Times are changing, and people like my daughter see to it that Canton Mechanics is a part of the future, not a part of the past. Daisy kind of steps up a little bit as well. Archie goes and gets out a checkbook. Goes, now, as to the winning team, you have choice of your winnings. You coming into the factory for some parts, or am I writing you a check? It's up to you guys. You may recall it was 2,000.
It's much more if it's
It's way more if you choose crafting materials.
And then I can make things cheaper than you
Make
can buy
magic
them.
items for us, yeah.
And then we can even split
Assuming
up
that this can
everything.
be translated into magic items, that seems
This
wise.
is, with crafting time and effort.
That's fine, yes.
And
That's
we
what
have,
it
we have
does.
like 2 days on a boat.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
you do. Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right, outstanding. With that, I think Marvel that I don't know. Maybe there's something that feels deflating about the fact that halfway through this speech, the enlarged state of your armor goes away. But I don't know. I think that as everyone steps up and starts talking about, fighting for the small-time people and not for the big, big military constructs, there's something symbolic about you giving that speech as yourself and not as some larger-than-life mech.
And around like a little bit after that, like the clouds dissipate
Yeah,
too.
can dissipate.
After a minute.
Beautiful. You see, for what it's worth, that as your speech ends and the crowd begins to go wild, cheering, Kageori kind of politely claps his hands, which makes no sound because it's a skeleton.
That's not how skeletons work.
Well, I guess it doesn't make. I shouldn't say it makes no
doesn't-
sound.
it makes-
it doesn't make the sound of flesh
Flesh.
clapping
Makes
on flesh.
xylophone.
Right.
Yeah.
Makes
Have you ever?
xylophone sound.
Yeah. Don't you know skeletons?
It's a xylophone sound. Ghost is gonna talk to Kageori.
Yeah, as Edison and Bell and Wright step up to kind of shake hands with you, Marvel, and speak to you and kind of give you congratulations and thank you for your words. Over to the side, Ghost, you step up towards the fence where Kageori is.
Real quick, sorry, this is urgent. Before Ghost gets over there, I know it's a hard read. Can Bones try to gauge, does Kageori have any actual loyalty to Mick, or is he just a merc?
You can roll me an
How
insight.
based on his reaction to that?
Give me an insight check if you want to.
Bad, 10.
Yeah, on a 10, read it how you wish to.
Okay.
Kageori's a hard guy to read.
Okay. Sorry, carry on.
Ghost, you step up.
Yeah, I step up to him and just say, this is a big moment for me, and you're kind of putting a damper on it. But, so, how can we help you?
Oh, I just need to have a word with your friend before you all depart.
And kind of nods over towards Marvel. It says,
Well, a word with all of you, I suppose, but the two of them, chief among them.
I think he looks at Marvel and over at Bones. Real quick, Cadence, you're kind of seeing this too, so let me know if you're doing anything
This
that's
might
relevant.
change my whole plan. My plan was, while the speech is going on, I'm going to sneak my way over to Kageori. But
Yeah, you can attempt to do that. Go while Ghost is talking to him. Give me a stealth check and try to use the cover of that conversation to sneak up to him.
15.
Okay, 15. You start attempting to kind of sneak up to Kageori while Ghost is talking to him. We'll resolve how that turns out. But let me stay on Ghost's conversation for a second.
Yep.
I don't know if they're very interested in talking with you at the moment. There is an old saying about the anger of a good man. I think Mick's just poked the bear.
Kageori looks at you and
Said, I don't believe I've heard that expression, Chief. Won't you enlighten me? As near as I've seen, ain't that many good men around. Just people that come about their money in ways that feel better to them.
No, you're right. I don't think there are many good men, but there is at least one.
Well, all the same, I think I'll take my chances.
Cadence, it is at this time that you make it. What's your angle? Are you trying to like sneak up behind him, or you have like a way that you're coming towards him?
Boy, do I catch... Well, I can lip read. Do I catch any of that?
I think
Kageori
as
doesn't
you're
have lips.
as you're approaching, I think you see. Well, Ghost is telepathic, and Kageori doesn't have lips. So I think maybe kind of not. I want to be careful setting a precedent here because there may be lots of times that you guys want to read Kageori's lips. And as I've said before, like there is more. You know, it's a cartoon skeleton. It has a little bit of kind of facial expression and maneuvering to it. So yeah, I think you're able to pick up pieces of what Kageori is saying at least.
Boy, this will be funny for Ghost. I'll walk up right next to Ghost
Okay.
and address Kageori.
He, as you step up,
Tilts his hat toward, he says, well, we meet again, little lady.
It seems we do. Good fight? You enjoy it?
Oh, it's always a pleasure.
Care if I take you out for a drink after this?
Never been much of a drinking man.
Well, there's always a time to start.
I think any conversation we need to have can be done here in mixed company.
Oh, of course. Whatever you need to say it. I meant after the fact.
I wouldn't close the door to a conversation.
That's all I'm asking. Ghost. And I'll nod my head and walk away.
As you're walking away, let me jump real quick to Marble. You got a hand raised, and you see this conversation going down between Ghost and Kageori.
So, like, as Bell, Wright, and Edison walk up, and I just finish my speech, I kind of, my armor comes off. I give a whole finger. I go over to some of the rebel, and I just puke because it was the most nerve. Anxiety.
Yeah.
I do think Bones comes over and like pats him. Like, that was very good. When did you write that? That was
Today.
That was very good.
Thank you. He gives me a little thumbs up.
I would normally give you some shit for stirring the hornet's nest, but the hornet's nest is stirred, so I think that was the right choice. That was that was very well received. That was good. I like that.
Yeah, I kind of want to go to talk to them about the robots now. Actually,
yes.
He's still kind of shaking, but
I know that I do not need to say this. We have the safety of the public eye right now. Don't go anywhere alone, and don't let your brothers go anywhere alone.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. It is okay to go talk to them, but make sure that we are in line of sight at all times.
So I'll like meet back up with those the three of them, and I'm just gonna start gushing about the robots.
They have a million questions about your mech. I'm sure you have a million questions about theirs. You guys just spent some time absolutely nerding out
Like
about your mechs.
he's probably getting a little twinge. He's like definitely like kind of like acting out the harpoon. He thinks that everything about these are so cool.
For sure, yeah. They're very impressed by the sort of mobility and like how compact yours can get. And at one point, Wright looks at you and says, Edison looks at you and says, "How long does it take to charge it? 2 weeks, 3?"
Oh no, yeah, it's power with ether salt.
He looks at it and says, "Unconventional, interesting."
Engine of my own design.
As he's chatting with you about that, let me jump to Boss over here. Top is following 25 feet behind you.
Two things. First thing, looking around, do I see anybody from out of the ordinary that I recognize?
Just carrying the same perception checks, you're not seeing anything that really stands out here. You're seeing the crowd, as things are winding down, people stay to, cheer. Most people head to, like, a bookie to go collect their bets. Those who
I don't
won.
see anybody from my past or anybody with
No,
symbols.
certainly no one from your past. No one that's... I mean, the most noteworthy people here are the ones that I've kind of pointed out, but nobody... You see nobody here that is a surprise to you.
I don't feel like Boss is in danger.
Yeah, you look
Boss.
around and do one last pass looking for like a bounty hunter from Ternaya or someone from Gati or from Spyrus that would be like looking for you, and you don't see anyone that stands out. It all looks to be, as near as you can tell, just locals and people that are not surprising to you. You don't feel like you are in immediate danger here or immediate pursuit.
Say, hey, Top, go be with your brothers.
All right. All right. And he kind of hops the fence over here. Just going to rejoin with Marvel, and
I'm not going to play it that close to the chest. I'm going to move back around north, though.
Okay.
No eyes on me. I assume it's still at this point.
Yeah. Other than again, you're keeping an eye on Kageori, and he seems to be kind of keeping an eye on all of you. He's not like
not me, right?
No, you are correct. Kageori does not seem to have eyes on you. You see that after you lose top, Kageori no longer looks in your direction.
Now I'll move back like through the slats. I'll keep my eye on him, but head back on the north side.
Yeah.
Directly against the wall, just heading east.
Makes sense. Just kind of moving along this north wall here. Got it. Patches, you up to anything in this particular moment?
Just make sure I picked up all the gold.
Yeah, you're picking up gold nuggets as this is all happening. That makes a lot of sense.
One for me. One for me.
Time to start using the Wonder on cooldown at
right.
all times.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Just shoot at the ground below me like, gold.
Right.
Fireball.
Definitely aim straight down.
Straight down.
Yeah.
Minecraft rules.
It would be helpful if you had to go pick up pieces of gold.
Marisco, you up to anything in the sort of few minutes after the fight ends?
I'm dazed for part of it because haste wears off.
Oh, right.
I think after that he might just be eating up the stage presence.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a minute.
For sure. Yeah, people are cheering for you. It's nice to be like, all the times that Marisco has been sort of publicly lauded and acknowledged and celebrated have been for his cooking. It's the first time that you've done something other than cooking and been celebrated and acknowledged for it. So it's a nice feeling to be regarded by a crowd again. It's been quite a while. Let's see here. I think Daisy steps over to you, Marble, at some point in all this, and first kind of quietly says to you, "Hey, thank you for your words. That you." She looks to you and to Top, who's rejoined you now, Yo-Yo, and says, "The racing thing ain't open yet, but when it is, you're ever in need of a sponsor, Count Mechanics will be happy to fund your racing projects."
Thanks, I appreciate that.
And for the time being, whenever y'all are ready, we'll come on inside and you can pick out your winnings. No hurry, of course. Finish your conversations. Looking forward to showing you around, though. Meanwhile, Ghost, I'll come back to you. Your hand raised.
I will. I guess I'll start to leave and go and start returning to everybody. I will contact Cadence though, and just ask: is it better for you to have a conversation with Kageori, or for him to not be here at all?
I can't respond, can I?
No.
I reach into my little bag of holding situation. I pull out a copper wire and fiddle around in my fingers, and you hear in your head,
"Oh,
I don't think there's a way to keep him from being here, so..." And you can reply to that sending.
Nice trick.
Thanks, I've picked up a few things here and there.
I have one too. And once we are a little ways away from Kageori, I am going to try casting a spell on him.
Okay. What do you cast?
He needs a intelligence saving throw, DC 17.
Lovely. Just so I know, does this have manifestations? Does he see you casting a spell? Or you have
it does have manifestations. I am trying to do this at max range, so
okay, great.
Once he is 60 feet away.
Go ahead and roll me a stealth check to try to hide your active spellcasting. Since you don't have a feature to do so, I'll allow a stealth check to do it, since you're in a den of a large crowd and stuff. And I'll let you do this as a intelligence stealth instead of dexterity, if that's better for you, which I assume it is.
Perfect. That is slightly better, so that'll be 18.
Okay, 18. Cool. And then he needs an intelligence saving throw. He succeeds on his saving throw, I am afraid.
Okay.
Marble.
Just one more thing.
Yeah.
After I gave the speech, did there seem, I don't know, did anyone approach him or talk about, even just the people in my immediate vicinity?
Approach Kageori?
No. Marble.
Oh, you? Yeah, so for the first, I don't know, 5-10 minutes after this fight is over, they still are not just letting anybody come out onto the arena. But after like a little bit of a cooldown time, they kind of open the gates to let people come in to, you know what, they probably ask you. Daisy will ask you. Sometimes people stick around for a little Q&A. Maybe not Q&A, that's a little formal. Are you willing to
Meet
let
and
people
greet?
talk to meet and greet?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So yes, some people start moving in. Not that many, but there's a few, especially other fledgling artificers that make their way in to sort of chat with you.
Could you imagine Top if I said no?
Right?
Thorvald, we're in the red.
Yeah, there's a few people that are, come in and talk to Top and Yo-Yo about wanting to sign various contracts for various equipment and stuff like that. There's little fledgling artificers that will come in to talk to you about artificery. Emmett Heath is kind of among them. He comes in and just kind of shakes your hand and says, hey, that was really impressive. And then Jackal and Octavius Boone come in and say, well, you were not kidding when you said that this was going to be a spectacle, and that was an amazing thing to watch. I cannot talk as this guy.
I believe in you.
Imagine if he and
Right, I want to have Octavius Boone and Timothy Crimple and
Peppermint.
Tom Pepperstripe have a conversation. Just me standing up here right now.
They're all
New one-shot idea.
You guys play as my most unhinged.
No,
NPCs.
it's just you at the table alone.
It's just you and we're watching.
Nightmare.
You're
We're all
running
the
3 NPCs or PCs and yourself.
Rafferty Garrington doesn't come into the ring, but goes up to the concession stand and gets another sandwich and starts eating it.
As Octavius walks up, just to the party, hears Ghost go, "Oh, not this guy, he sucks."
Which one's? Oh, this guy.
I'll be honest, I was not sure if this was going to be really that impressive to me because I've been working on, big machines my whole life, but this was much more intricate than a train. Perhaps not more powerful than a train, but more intricate.
Different.
Different, yeah, it's different. Different, but not less.
I'm glad you enjoyed yourself.
I did. I had quite a lot of fun, if I'm being honest.
Kageori doesn't come to do a meet and greet in the arena with you, but he kind of just stands out here, kind of under one of these lights. You see him get out another peppermint stick and start rolling it around as if the last one wasn't gone. So those of you with decent passive perception or insight see him really want to get a cigarette, but just grab a new peppermint stick instead.
So Marvel doesn't want to bring up you want to start a union with me, but I guess he's seeing if people naturally bring it up while they're talking to him.
On the perception check, persuasion check you rolled earlier in 25. One of the things you start doing here, if you wish to, is start gathering contacts to make an artificery union.
I'll have the twins. Well, let's see. We already have one. One needs to be the director of the union, then, right?
Yo-Yo says, "Does this mean we could get union dues?
We'll have to work that out.
Right. Yeah.
Just right now, start small."
Top says, "Fuck, it's not everything's an angle, Yo-Yo. All right." He seems genuinely a little pissed at Yo-Yo.
Yeah.
Given the way this night has gone,
Poor Top.
You start to form some sort of connections.
Yeah.
To potentially form an artificer's union.
Especially that way, if people end up needing help, they can try to get a hold of us, and that way,
Yeah, you
together.
absolutely kind of. Emmett Heath is very interested. Octavius is quite interested. Some other sort of, nameless artificers around here are interested. Nessa she's not, couldn't really consider herself an artificer yet, but she listens in. She's interested in sort of the idea of the unionizing.
Yeah. What about I don't even know our team. Who were you?
Yeah. Wright and Edison and Bell are very interested in that. Bell does say, I love what you said. I think it's great. The concern I have is what we make, and she kind of looks up at Tortuga and at Runner and at Rattler. I mean, these are war machines. We can't really sell war machines to, small time. I mean, our clients are our business. Our clients is our governments. I don't know who to sell my machine to that isn't an army. Maybe I've kind of made my peace with that, but I don't know.
I understand, but the main point is that he's forcing people to do that or just be fucked.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. There's a line in the sand where you just shouldn't do business with certain people, and I don't disagree with that. I guess that'd be part of what a union is deciding who we do and don't sell to.
And bartering power.
Yeah, certainly. It'd be nice to be able to compete with a big business like Vanguard if we had a seat at the table.
I think there's also an opportunity in travel and transportation. We have obviously tamed many places throughout the world, but the world is still quite dangerous in the lines that connect the dots. Every time that we have traveled, we have had need for military might. The common person does need protection as they move about the world, and travel is going to get a lot more popular as technology makes it easier. You may look into transport companies, train companies, see if you can adapt these things to be mounted on train cars and that sort of thing.
That's true. That's a good idea.
Yeah, you have the mounting technology on Tortuga.
True. That could be retrofitted to something like a train for sure.
Octavia says, well, certainly that could be put on a train. You could put barely anything on a train, really.
Like arms.
We could put arms on it, you could put platforms on it. There's nothing you couldn't do with a train.
I wish Boss was there. Boss had so many questions about that.
Yeah, let me ask, as nearly everybody else is regrouping up in the ring. Boss, are you still just kind of keeping to the fringes? Do you do anything in these intervening minutes?
I don't see anybody else. Nobody besides Kagiori that gives me spooks.
Yep, no, not really. If anything, the crowd is kind of starting to dwindle. People are largely leaving now.
Alright, so I walk up to Kagiori.
I should thin some of this crowd out, actually. Before you walk up, Bones, sounds like you have something maybe time sensitive.
He should go first because he beat me to it. I was essentially going to ask, do I notice the Kageori sticking around?
Certainly, yes.
Okay.
Everyone sees Kageori.
I was essentially going to kind of suggest, if we are going to talk to him, and it seems that we are, it seems that we do not have a choice in the matter, we should do it while there is a crowd present.
No, let's do it right now.
Okay.
And for what it's worth, I do think Bones kind of says, to whoever we're currently talking to, if you'll give us a moment, we need to go talk to one of Eisenhower's men, just to make it very clear if some shit goes down that it is Eisenhower.
Yeah. I think everyone kind of steps back hearing that.
That's what they say.
Maybe, I don't know. So I think Boss kind of convergent evolution here at the same time as your party is talking about sort of, we should just get this conversation over here if we're going to get it over with. You see your party kind of approaching Kageori, and I think he kind of approach as well, it sounds like.
Just wanted to say hi and then walks away.
For the time being, this company still cares about public perception. I don't know how much longer that's going to last, but we should take advantage of it while we can.
Yes, sir.
Wait, my company?
No, Eisenhower's company.
Oh, okay.
There will come a day when he does not care what people think of him, but right now he still does.
A day's coming soon.
Coming a lot quicker after that speech.
Yep.
You guys gather around Kageori. He, in a act of old habit, drops the peppermint stick down on the ground and stomps it out with his boot. You see it shatters into candy bits on the ground. Boss, as you draw close to him, you smell ash and peppermint. He tips his hat at the assembled lot of you, looks to you, especially Marble, says, "Well, pleasure to meet you, tough guy. I've been meaning to have a conversation."
That was a waste of peppermint stick.
Yeah, you ain't wrong about that. Force of habit, I suppose, Big Hoss.
You didn't seem interested in a conversation previously. What's the change?
Well, I believe you and I both know the nature of the change. I will keep this brief as it can be kept. What I have to say is quite simple, as a matter of fact. It's best that you think of all the trouble that you've been through here as a warning, tough guy. You keep on down the road you're on, you're only liable to find more trouble ahead.
And he looks to Marble, and then he looks to Bones.
Says, recommend you go on home, Slim.
More trouble than death?
If things worse than death, tough guy.
Boss steps forward.
Sure.
Right to his face. You've already decided to hurt these men, and you didn't succeed to do so. But you're here. Maybe as your boss's bitch. I'm not sure. What are you acting as? You're here to relay a message or teach us a lesson? You seem so cool. You see some duff and you waste candy. I don't understand what your angle is here. Big guy. Oh, you're so big. You actually smell really bad too, by the way. Just so you know. I'm sure you know, but just so you know.
He's got his kind of back leaned against this fence as he step up in his face. He says,
Today, A messenger. That's right. That's what I'm here for today, Big Hoss. And as to the failures of Los Cinco Espinados and the Sheriff Bill Statler, I suppose, even in my old age, I've learned a lesson. Man ought to take work into his own hands, often as he can.
Is that why you're here today?
Not at all. I'm here today to let you know that we don't ever have to see each other again. You all just turned your way back on home. This will be the last we ever see one another.
Until the next time that one of us chases a dream and has it stolen. There is an important part of the bread and circuses equation that your employer, for all of his brilliance, seems to have forgotten, which is that the people must be satisfied with their lives to not revolt.
Slim, you're gonna be in the business of having big dreams. You best get used to people wanting at them. As to the future, ain't no man able to count on what happens then. All I can tell you is what happens today. You go on home, be on your way. I'll be on mine. But if we do see each other again, I can't always tell the future, but I can tell you it won't be like this.
Message received.
What is the plan with Spyrus? I'm just going to ask directly.
He looks at you, reaches into where in a front pocket of a straitjacket one might keep a pack of cigarettes, pulls out a single peppermint stick, says, I am a man who deals in big plans.
Yes, but as nefarious as you seem, you also do seem honest. You don't seem like one that has too much to hide. Just be forthright. What do you have to lose, right?
I appreciate your sentiment, Big Hoss, but I'm telling you all the truth that I have to tell. Other truths don't belong to me.
Can I insight check?
Yeah, sure, give me an insight check.
17.
May I as well?
Of course.
I don't know if
Anybody proficient with insight can be.
I still got the shakes. I only got a 5.
Okay.
17 as well.
17.
Look, 21.
21. You read Kageyori as truly seeming to not know anything about Spyrus, to not have any notion of what would be going on in Spyrus or even what you are talking about. You get the sense, I think, on a 17, on a 21. 5, you just can't really get a good read on and make your own decisions. On a 17 and a 21, maybe that he is... I don't want to say lower down the totem pole, because that's not true. He answers directly to Mick. You get the sense that perhaps he, by design, doesn't know more than he needs to do his job, which is a quite simple one in some cases. Anyway, the moral of the story on a 21 and 17, you don't sense that he's lying to you or keeping anything from you when he says that he doesn't know anything about any plans for Trinai or for Spyrus.
People a whole lot smarter than me are out there making plans a whole lot bigger than this one.
And he kind of looks around to the 7 of you.
Yes. I just do my job.
And what is your job?
This and that. Applying my trade.
Oh, you're a lapdog.
What are you?
Still figuring this out.
Well, sounds like one of us at least knows where they sit in the world.
On the laps of their superiors.
He shrugs.
Superiors, inferiors, it's all comes and goes.
I think Boss understands that. He kind of nods. There's not like a hate here, I don't think.
Sure.
I think there's like a little bit of a mutual respect.
Yeah.
I believe that I have said my piece. The next time we meet, you will not be able to say I didn't warn you that your best course of action is to go on home.
Is the next time we see you on site then? The first thing is violence, yes?
Shrugs. Says we're well past the first thing.
So the second thing is violence.
Shrugs.
We're here now. Why not violence now?
But he's here as a messenger today, he said that.
He nods towards Morisco and says, "That's right, small fry. Sent here to send a message. I don't like to do much that I ain't compensated to do."
Ghost will just say, well, message received. I'm not particularly interested in what Mick has going on, so I'll be returning home as soon as I can. Fortunately, I have some business that may keep me in this company for some time, but I'm not intending to get in your way.
I'm afraid it isn't up to me to discern intent, Chief. But I believe I take your meaning.
Will you give us trouble if we stay in the city for another day?
What you do here is your business.
Is there a timeline on our leaving?
Making a simple thing awfully complicated.
Understood.
Let's keep the message simple.
Understood.
Y'all go on home. And it'll have been a pleasure knowing you.
I'm done with this.
He looks to Patches and says, "Don't part with any of that gold, Slick."
I wouldn't worry about it. It's it'll just disappear after a while. It's illusion of magical, you know how it'd be. Just trying to distract them and then get the easy hit.
He looks at you.
It's all about
saying it's illusion magic after you just spent minutes picking gold up off the ground.
And don't worry about me picking it up. It still uses a component. And so if I get to the back, it's just a little rocks and then it turn it into gold. It's the art of deception.
Episode's over for sure.
Does he get disadvantage on his check for saying for deception check for saying the art of deception in his last sentence?
That definitely gives me advantage.
It's the art of deception.
Kakeyori goes, "The art of deception. My line of work, Slick, I've met a lot of people, many varieties. Don't know as I've ever seen one quite like you."
I will take that as a compliment.
Tips his hat towards you. He looks over to Cadence, says, "Case I have. Minced words too much for your liking. The message I came here to deliver was for all of you. Yourself included, little lady.
No, I understand.
And I don't think that I'll be able to stay for that drink, but about a rain check."
Back in Daybreak then?
He nods, kind of spits on the ground. There's no saliva, so it's just chunks of peppermint. He crunches his pepper stick and spits a bunch of chunks of peppermint stick onto the ground and says, "Hate that city." He drops the peppermint stick on the ground and once again stomps it out with his foot. And then he looks to you, Cadence, to Marble, to Bones, kind of to each one of you. Says, "Well, I wish it weren't the case, but suspect I'll be seeing you." And he tips his hat. And then something happens so fast that it takes you until after it happens to really process. His right hand, where he has just dropped his peppermint stick to the ground, moves with a speed that harshly contrasts with the slow drawl of his voice and his demeanor. Lightning fast. His hand goes down to his hip and produces a pistol, a long 6-shooter. Turns, points it at his own temple of his head,
pulls the trigger, and there is a swirl of black magic that follows the bullet as it goes into the side of his head. You see his skull slowly start to disintegrate into black ash that falls to the ground like smoke and drifts off to the sides of him as his entire body, everything that he's wearing, carrying, and holding, sort of fades into ash over a couple of seconds and disappears. There are several hand raises before I come to them. Cadence, please make me a perception check with advantage.
24.
Cadence. It happens in... The movement happens so fast. The pistol comes out, the shot happens, the bullet hits him in the side of the head. But the wound sits in his head for a few moments and spreads over not a long time, but 2-3 seconds. Long enough that as you see the black, veiny, necrotic tendrils spreading across the side of his head, there is a flash of a memory of some grainy photographs pulled from the evidence locker in the Daybreak City Police Department some decades ago, of the wounds that were in the back of a victim on the steps of a church. On a 24, you are certain who fired those shots.
Got it.
Boss.
Do I recognize anything, or do I see at least what he's doing?
You can give me an Arcana check. Because I think
That's what I want to do.
so there are several hand raises here. Anyone who wants to use their reaction to make an Arcana check to try to identify what has happened can do so.
22,
That one.
25.
That one for Ghost.
13.
13, okay.
18.
18 from Bones.
20 unless I have some lore to add to it.
I don't think so. 20, and then 25 from Boss. For everyone besides Boss, what you see is what you get. You can make your own guesses about what has happened here. Boss, on a 25, as he disappears, starting at his skull and sort of turning to ash and smoke that drift away and then disappear around him, you see just a faint sparkle, glitter almost, of a blue-green glow, as it's not coming from the smoke and it's not coming from his body, but in the intersection there, where the body is turning to smoke, there's like a seam almost burning along the edge of the skull, of sort of blue-green. What he has done is not a spell per se, but you know that he has essentially done something along the lines of etherealness or plane shift. He has gone from this plane into the ethereal plane. The domain where the souls of the dead wander until they are taken to the afterlife, among other things.
Any idea where? Or just in general?
On a 25 Arcana check, you know that if it is just the equivalent of the etherealness in the spell, he's just standing in the upside down of where you are right now. That's presumably.
Okay. Do I understand anything about that? As to why would he?
Give me an Arcana check to see how much you know about the ethereal plane. It's a separate one. Now that you've identified the effect, to know what you know about the ethereal plane.
18. 21.
21. You know. I'll let you decide for yourself where you think he might have gone or why. What you know about the ethereal plane on a 21 Arcana check. Mayor, the planet, is surrounded by a field of magical force called ether. It is the reason there's magic in this world. All magic is ether and comes from the ethereal plane. That's why it's called the ethereal plane. You know that it is kind of a transitive plane that connects this physical material planet of the universe to magic, both in terms of magic that is drawn into this world to create spells, but also to the other planes of existence that connects it to other planes of existence ultimately. So yeah, what you know, the concrete takeaway, just in brass tacks, you know that you can think of where the material plane and the ethereal plane touch as sort of like the ocean reaching a coast. As he has stepped through the veil into the ethereal plane, he's essentially just standing in sort of at the same spot he occupies now, presumably still looking into this spot, just from the other side, essentially. Kind of where you would see like a ghost drifting in and out of you from the material plane or whatever. And you know that the further he wanders into the ethereal plane, it becomes sort of the deep ethereal and eventually connects via the Mer Styx to sort of the afterlife and the other planes. So yeah, you know that he's kind of stepped into the realm of magic, the source of where all magic comes from, and it's sort of the border of where your plane and the outer planes and other planes of existence kind of intersect.
With my studies, do I know how he would transport back?
That you're not 100% sure of, because what he just did was clearly not a spell. He shot himself with a gun, so you're not sure the parameters of how it works. You're not sure how...
Do I understand anything about how you can move between the two with my stun?
So normally, if you just cast the 7th level spell Etherealness, I think it just ends after a number of hours. You just reappear on the material plane in the space that you had previously occupied. If I'm not mistaken, 8 hours is specifically the spell's length. But there's lots. There could be on a 21. There could be any number of ways. There's some creatures that can just freely go back and forth, like a ghost can. There's some creatures that have limited ability to go back and forth between ethereal and material. There's some creatures that can exist on the material but can see into the ethereal. Even some spellcasters and stuff, witches and they can kind of see into the ethereal plane and stuff like that. There's just the problem is there's such a myriad of ways that people and creatures and magic can interact with the ethereal plane. It's hard to know what version of that he's doing.
Yeah.
It could be as much as he's only got a minute before he's going to pop back up, or it could be he can freely move back and forth between them.
I'll swallow that.
With that, Kageori kind of disappears. By the way, there's a gunshot, and everybody is like, whoa! Looks over and Kageori is gone. People kind of rush over to make sure you guys are okay, but kind of figure out what the situation in fact is after a few minutes.
It's a very theatrical man. He's fine. He said we would see him again soon. I assume it is a teleportation of some sort.
Yeah, I don't care for this. I don't care for this one bit.
I don't either, Charlie.
If I had my druthers, I wouldn't have one bit of this.
Mm-hmm.
Top and Yo-Yo walk up to you, Marble, or just kind of the group, and say, so what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that?
He was stating how much he would like to not do business with us anymore, but he thinks it may be unavoidable, and then he teleported somewhere.
So that's the guy then. That's the...
Yes.
Okay. Great.
That is Kageori.
Pull out the sheet of paper that has his picture on it.
Oh yeah, they've showed him to you before. You've showed that to me before. I forgot. He just looks a lot. The pictures doesn't really do him that much justice. That's a creepy.
Can't really see how sunk in he is until it's right there.
Yeah. That's a fucked up looking guy. That's a fucked up looking guy for sure.
Oh, he's scary, all right.
Oh, he's back to Charlie. Okay.
Back to? What do you mean back to?
Raul likewise comes over. That's Marble, unless you want to sort of play out anything about it, you can just write down 2,000 marks worth of crafting materials. You kind of gather
sure. I'll add it to the
that
party one.
So you guys have a bunch of crafting material now for Marble to make you guys magic items. Again, Daisy Canton is excited about the idea of potentially becoming Accessible Dimension sponsor at some time in the future. That sounds like maybe now is not the time for it. As you guys are kind of leaving town before long. Some people say their goodbyes. There's some conversation do you guys want to have? Ghost, if you want to talk to Octavia Spoon for 10 or 15 more minutes, we can just do a tight 30 on that.
No, I'm good. I think Ghost, for the first time since this has happened, has realized that his hands that were holding the lens are burnt from the heat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Once again, Ghost not accustomed to the idea of the sun being able to hurt you. Not a thing that the lamp does.
Yep. First time he's done an evocation spell.
That's true. Amazing. Hell of one to
and now
start
that
with.
Kageori is gone, he can finally kind of revel in that for a moment.
Absolutely. Yeah. By the way, as the gunshot goes off, in the moments afterwards, you hear kind of choking, and Milo Abracosa is patting Rafferty Garrington's back so hard to get him to cough up the sandwich that he's choking on, having really, really startled when he heard a gunshot. Wow. Thanks, Milo. That could have been toast. That could have been my last sandwich. Didn't think it'd be like this.
Toast is a sandwich.
Get it, toast.
That's a bit of a choking to death on a sandwich joke.
One of those.
One of those jokes. Can I insight check when he says he didn't think it would go like that?
Yeah, give me an insight check.
16.
He's lying. And I mean that so sincerely. Rafferty Garrington always knew that he would die choking on a sandwich. He always knew that. Saving face for Milo to seem cool. He doesn't want Milo to... Rafferty Garrison doesn't want Milo to think of him as a guy who choked to death on a sandwich, even though he knows that is the sort of heat death of the universe.
I mean,
for him.
when you spend 90% of your life eating sandwiches...
He's a big sandwich guy, so it's just kind of... You just do the math. He's an accountant. He's an accountant, and when you do the math, it's just really, really likely that he'll choke to death on a sandwich.
Oh my god.
So, with that, it is, this fight started at 6 p.m. and it's only been maybe an hour. It's about 7 p.m. at this point. The sun has set at this point, or is at least low on the horizon. Things have gotten a little dark. With your kind of, as far as I know, business here in Cherry Falls, as far as like hard business concluded, you guys' I think next plans still are to head towards the New Valar. But we will discuss that and come back and talk about what you do after this quick break. So we'll be back in 30 seconds. We'll see you all shortly. Welcome back, everybody. We left off as you guys had departed the Artificer Fight Camp Mechanics with something of a plan to one day return and have Camp Mechanics sponsor accessible inventions in some way. For the time being, though, in the afterglow of your victory, walking across the bridge out of the industrial district and back into the city proper, where the streetlights are beginning to light for the evening, and with the world being your oyster. If you guys don't mind, we're going to zoom out perspective in terms of time here for a little bit. Unless anyone has objections to this idea, you guys return to your hotels, sleep for the night. Go ahead, Kate. So you have
Sorry, you have one super reminder thing. Can I go back to the luthier that I found?
Totally.
And I'm just going to look if they have a viola for sale.
Absolutely. No check required. Absolutely. A luthier would have a viola. A viola costs you 6 marks.
Incredible. Consider it done.
You do find like an artisan of nice instruments here in Cherry Falls. Pick yourself up a viola, no problem. You kind of regroup with the party after that. And, walk in with a viola and a case. And unless anyone has anything you want to do that night before you guys go down for rest, Tom and Yo-Yo are kind of buzzing about the possibility of sponsorship. Yo-Yo's eyes have been dollar signs all night. And, there's something about like having crossed paths with Kageori and not just all been shot that feels good to Top and Yo-Yo. They were really concerned there for a minute. So yeah, you guys turn in for the night. You guys can all mark down a short rest as you go to bed and wake up on the morning of the 12th of brightness. I will say, over that night, at some point as you're settling in, Top and Yo-Yo talk to you, Marble. And Top says, all right, well, we got a lot of really promising leads tonight. I talked to a lot of people that are very interested in our products. Me and Yo-Yo were talking. This is not a decision that needs to be made right now, obviously, by any means, but is it crazy to entertain the idea of doing business in Cherry Falls? Are we exporting? Again, food for thought. Ponder that in your travels. Just if we're going to be racing in Cherry Falls, and our sponsor is in Cherry Falls, and we're making a union in Cherry Falls, maybe we're Cherry Falls people now? It feels disgusting coming out of my mouth.
Oh, I just figured I was going to try to... I wasn't thinking local union, just more like a broad, maybe continental?
Yo-Yo says, I agree. There's nothing that I would love more than to see Accessible Inventions as a household name across the world, but you might have to start local. It's hard to just go straight from being nothing to being global. You got to start as, the Cherry Falls Union of Artificers, or maybe we can be the Praeocassian Union Union of Artificers. I don't know. Just think about it. I hate this idea, Yo-Yo says. I despise it. I kind of refuse to participate in it, if I'm being totally honest. But Top thinks that, we got to start in Cherry Falls since that's where we have the leverage. Top says, I don't know if I'd put it that way. I just think that we should keep the options open. That's all I'm saying. Just keep the options open. And the reason that I'm having this sort of think about it while you're gone talk is because we got to catch a boat. We are already behind for our trip to Okugo. We'll catch up with Mom and Dad. He kind of looks around to make sure you guys are having a private conversation, especially if there's the chance that Scary Skeleton Peppermint guy is, out for a vengeance, or whoever hired him. Anyway,
Right. Well, maybe we could do like a branch here.
That's a good
the
idea.
first branch, and then we can have another branch in another city, and then the branches can be, like a tree, work together.
Yo-Yo says, I know just the person to open the new branch. And he kind of nods his head over towards Nessa.
Oh.
If there's going to be a chapter of accessible inventions in Cherry Falls, who better to spearhead the effort than someone who doesn't care about moving away from home. Top says, that's incentive as fuck. You can't say that someone who is a refugee doesn't care about moving away from home. Okay, you're right.
It'll depend on what she wants. I was gonna send her with you.
No, yeah, none of this is happening today. We're not starting a union today for Bulwark, but I don't know. Are we starting a union today? I don't know. I just mean groundwork. Yeah. Well, maybe. How's this sound to you? I don't know where are you going? What is happening with you? Should I not know that so that I don't get abducted by vampires?
Probably better.
Great, good idea, really good idea. So I don't care where you're going. And I don't want to know. Don't tell me. Maybe me and Yo-Yo and Nessa stick around here in Cherry Falls for a while, a few days maybe. Start maybe setting the stage for some union artifice and
that
stuff.
Sounds like a good idea.
Kuko. Yeah, so you guys kind of, before going to bed, at least lay the groundwork, because the twins are potentially traveling and you're potentially traveling, so kind of set the groundwork. After kind of dealing with all the logistics of it, Top says, listen, Football, I feel like maybe this warrants taking a step back here. It would be remiss not to just at least broach the subject. Me and Yo-Yo were kidnapped by a vampire. You have been talking about having attempts on your life going on. Do we just do what Scary Skeleton Guy said and go home? I'm not saying we do it. I'm just asking the question, do we do it?
I think it's a good question to ask, otherwise it's stupid. But...
we never been in a position, Football, where our lives are on the line. I mean, the biggest conflicts we've ever been in is maybe stepping on the toes of the wrong businesses and paying fines or whatever. I mean, we're talking about scary customers, Football. Life and death. Us being in danger. Mom and Dad. I'm not saying this isn't the road we want to go down. I'm just asking, is it the road we want to go down? The truth is, Football, I will follow you wherever you go. Me and Yo-Yo, we're the face of this operation, but you're the brains of it.
I would be nothing without you guys.
Well, we'd be nothing without you. So, it's kind of it's a top, right? Top says. It doesn't work if it's, okay, this analogy kind of sucks. And it was like, yeah, it's more like a yo-yo. There's the string and the actual thing, and it doesn't work without all of it. And nope, that analogy sucks too. Both these analogies suck, and it's not a marble either. Maybe the moral of the story is we all need each other?
Kite?
Kite? It's got two strings in the sail. Yep, it's a kite.
And wind.
Yep, okay, great. It's a kite. I don't know how we came to the analogy being that your weird little robot that you've known for like 3 days is the emblem of our unity as a family, but that's the analogy we're at. So, yeah. I wanted to broach the subject that we are choosing deliberately to put ourselves in life and death danger.
I realize that this decision is bigger than me.
Yo-Yo shrugs and says, like Top said, where you go, we go.
And we're not alone. And I think it's about time people started realizing that.
He nods. Top nods too. Hope you're right. I think you are.
All gets communication devices for us.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Tribble. That's a real good idea. We should be able to be in touch so that if something happens, like say we get kidnapped by a vampire, we can be like, "Hey, I got kidnapped by a vampire."
And then I'll give some stuff. You're just gonna talk. He just wasn't even listening. That yes.
Like
please.
we can tell you. You see?
Yeah.
We can be like, "Hey, watch out! There's a vampire coming to kidnap us."
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I'm going to keep the stone. The vampire might take it, but before he takes it, I got to tell you, I'm being kidnapped by a vampire.
That would be fantastic.
Too many words.
Vampire's coming. He's going to kidnap you. Watch out, Marble. That's why I'm telling you to watch out in this situation.
Look out, vampire.
Watch out, Vampire.
But I'll probably send Nessa with some stuff so she can learn some artificing, and maybe you can teach her how to do some bookkeeping.
I guess in this hypothetical, we wouldn't really know it was a vampire. It'd be more like we're being kidnapped by cactus bandits. And... Right. Yes, Nessa. Yes. No. Yeah. She.
You two not getting along?
Who? Me and Top?
He like points at the hat.
Well, the truth is, it lasted like an hour, and that is way longer than I thought it would have. So you know, me and Top.
I gave you two.
That's a losing bet for a ball. Did you put any money on that? Because that would be a losing bet. We bet each other on how long it would be and still lost because we didn't want money as much as we wanted to be detached from each other. Anyone else? Before going to sleep that night, have things they want to do before settling in.
Since we're talking about Nessa, I guess Ghost will try and talk to Nessa tonight.
Yeah, totally. You two are the ones who stay awake all night while everyone else sleeps. So easy enough.
Whatever room that I have at this inn, I am going to cast Private Sanctum on it.
Okay, great.
And when I invite Nessa in.
Yeah, she walks into whatever room you're in together.
So, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions if you were up for it.
Yeah, of course. What do you got?
How do you feel about our travel companions currently? Are you settling in well?
I guess that's complicated. I shouldn't delay too much here and make it sound more complicated than it is. Mostly overwhelmingly positive, and they saved my life, which on its own, if there was nothing else, would be enough for me to owe them my gratitude and affection forever. And then on top of that, Marble has really helped me find my footing up here on the surface, and when I was arrested, I thought my life was over. That was it. And then I was taken to the Isle of Ash and everything that happened there, and I thought that not only was my life over, but that it was going to end in agony and terror. And then you all came, and now I am in a world that's 1,000,000 times bigger than I thought the world was, and I am part of something bigger than myself, which is all that I really ever wanted. Sorry, I'm giving you a long, wordy answer. Great. I don't know some of them as well as I guess I would like to, but I'm happy.
I'm glad to hear that you're settling in well.
What about you? This is all new for you too.
Yes, it is. I like them a lot. This has been a interesting and at times emotionally exhausting experience, but has been something that I think I've always sort of wanted. I have a proposition for you, and it is potentially very dangerous, and for that reason I want you to understand that if you say no, that is completely reasonable, and there will be no judgment on my part.
She nods.
However, before I make this proposition, I do need you to promise that, regardless of your answer, what I ask you does not leave this room.
She looks a little, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. I guess just curious. She looks a little curious, but says, of course, these four walls.
Good. As you probably heard from Marble's speech earlier, he has a very impressive device one that has been stolen in some part by Mick Eisenhower. I don't know how much Marble has talked to you about that, but we have reason to believe that it's the results of one of Cadence's former associates, Vanira Osteroth, who's an Oniromancer. Cadence is currently looking for her, but I have suspicions that they will have a hard time finding her on their own. So I was wondering if you would help me track down Vanira ourselves.
Yeah, of course. I don't know what I can do to help, but if you have ideas, I'll do whatever I can.
I don't either, but I think I need extra hands on this, and you and I are in a very unique position where, at least in part, we are immune to some of Vanira's probing. So I think we can act in secret without her knowing.
Right. That is an advantage. The whole idea of dreams is still extremely confusing to me.
Extremely strange. Frankly, sleep seems like such a waste of time.
Right, like it's already bizarre that their species falls completely unconscious for 1/3 of the time, and then they're also hallucinating vividly things during that entire
Hallucinating and completely vulnerable.
Right.
How does any species survive
It's
up here?
extremely maladaptive.
Really, just sit and stare at a light for a bit and you'll feel fine.
Right, just be a little bit idle under a light and maybe have some sugar water.
So, I'm going to do some spellcasting over the next couple of days, and I will tell you what the next course of action is once we get a little bit closer. I imagine that Vanira and Mick are going to be very cautious, so I'll do my best to come up with some way of locating them.
Okay, yeah, I'll do everything that I can. Just tell me what to do. I don't even know how to make magic yet, really. I'm just learning to get ether into the world, but reading I can do. Talking to people.
Reading and talking to people will likely be very important.
Right.
Even just keeping an eye out. We have Marble and I believe Cadence as well have made some tenacious enemies. So just keeping your eyes and ears out will be a big help.
She nods. She looks at you for a second and says, you have two, right? Made tenacious enemies?
I'm not sure where we stand with them, to be honest.
I just mean, I haven't pieced everything together yet, but the Devorators, the dragon.
Yes.
I don't know that they're even enemies yet. I guess we don't know what we don't know.
I am very unclear of where they stand as well.
Well, I will help you.
Hopefully we can find out what's there after soon. We'll be heading off to Anuvilar very shortly, so hope we'll find some more answers up there.
Good luck. I know we have a few more, at least the night and the morning before we need to say goodbye, but...
Oh, are you not coming?
No, I'm going to stay with Marble's brothers. He's...
Oh, are they... Well, they're obviously coming with us.
Oh, I don't know if I have accidentally spilled tea that wasn't mine to spill. They were going to... Marble's parents are... You should talk to Marble. Sorry, this isn't my news to share.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I'll go bang on top of Yo-Yo's door.
Yeah. Marble, in the midst of that conversation that we just played out, just bang on your door.
So at this point, I'm like, so one thing we need to talk about is Bones is our employee. What's his pay?
Yo-Yo goes, are you fucking kidding me?
Fucking kidding me? I've tried to keep it buttoned up. We are so in the red. Let's be clear, we're a little less in the red now. We won the artificial fight. We maybe have a sponsor lined up, but you're hiring
open
people.
up my wallet and I'll
we got no funds. Business has got to have funds to hire people.
Marble opens up his wallet and there's like 500 plus marks inside of it.
I don't want to extort you all.
And I'll give them 100 marks. Be like, this is for the business.
Okay.
And I'll look at them again and be like, for the business.
We're not. Nobody cares about this business. We all care about this business equally, football. We all care about it equally, and I'm not going to spend your money on, we always got us a get along hat. I am probably going to spend a little bit of it on, we'll call it travel accommodations for our employee. If Nessa's coming with us to Kuko, someone's got to pay for that ticket. But yeah, no, this is business money, and we're starting the. For now, we'll call it the Cherry Falls Union of Artifices, and we'll expand. We'll get it started with this money. We'll see what kind of investment Canton Mechanics is willing to make.
And at this point, like, goes. Yes?
No, we can't pay Bones at all. At all. No money. No money for Bones. No salary. Pro bono.
Benefits?
The union will take care of the benefits. Let's form the union. He can be in the union.
You guys are the union.
He pays us to join the union. You've got this racket all wrong.
Coming. And I'll open the door.
You open the door.
You got this racket all wrong.
It kind of like looks to Marble, gives you a nod, and then looks over at Top and Yo-Yo and stomps over. Just like, are you too bloody stupid? Obviously you're coming with us.
To Nuvalar?
Yes.
I ain't religious or anything. It sounds cold.
You were just kidnapped. You're coming with us. The man who kidnapped you is responsible for kidnapping you. Just threatened to kill your brother. You're coming with us.
Well, didn't he threaten to kill you if he went to a Nuvalar? So, like, maybe that's the worst possible place for us? I'm not... Listen, we'll go with... I don't know fuck all about evading criminals. This is my first time around this fucking rodeo.
What are you guys talking about? Marble in like half conversation.
Oh, yeah. Ghost says that we should come with you.
What?
Yes, obviously.
I thought about it, but it's going to be more dangerous with us.
How is it going to be more dangerous?
Because
where were you going to stay?
Could we? And he'll go and look in the hallway, try to see if there's anyone sneaking around.
Yeah, privacy. You're good.
Yeah. We were going to send them to my family. It's all the way on a different continent.
Oh, good. So they can all just get kidnapped all together.
Well, I thought about it, but it's a hard place to get to. It's in the mountains.
Listen, the truth is, Lithul, we just got done with a whole heart-to-heart about whether it's a good idea to be doing any of this. I mean, if we're setting out on the path of going directly against the request of the man who is trying to kill us all, the rest feels like kind of nickels and dimes. I feel like it's either all in or fold.
Are we all together?
Let me ask that. Does this conversation happening with the party, or is this like in a private?
It's as private as Top and Yo-Yo wanted our finance compensation.
Yeah, they were just talking about not paying me.
Because it's been a minute since the party was all together. Let's say that you guys kind of walk out to a room where you can all talk together for the rest of this conversation. When Ghost comes, you guys regroup a little bit.
I am not sure what we should do, but to Ghost's credit, Mick has already made it clear that he will go for them based on what you are doing. Them playing by the rules does not save them. They are in danger as long as you continue to challenge Mick, and it is my understanding that you intend to continue challenging Mick. So the question is not what can they do to make Mick happy, because the answer is nothing, unless all of you stop chasing this ambition for the rest of your lives. The question is, what can you do to keep them safe?
Wait, are we talking about the twins staying in Cherry Falls?
What do we do with the twins? How do we keep the twins safe?
This is a bad idea. What about Nessa? She cannot stay.
We are not. No one's staying here.
Let's put all the cards on the table. I think for this part, Ghost, I'm going to say something for you that you probably are already thinking. You guys go to Ghost's room that he has a private sanctum on.
Right.
Yeah.
So this conversation should be anti-divination.
Okay.
And Top says, we have plans to meet my parents in Okuko. They are there, or they're on a boat there. Right now, no matter how you squeeze what happens to me and Yo-Yo, my parents are on their own with my grandmother in Okuko on their farm.
They are in danger.
Rural nowhere. Listen, I'm not a fighter or nothing, but like I said, we're either all in or we're folded. If we're not going to all go as an army together to protect my family, then it's either... I don't know. This is all way... too much to really even think about. I don't know how to utter the words that my whole family is in danger, but they are, and
yes, I believe you just said this.
Yeah.
Right.
If they go, then at least the rest of our family can know, and then you guys can be on a lookout or something.
Do we have a way for them to communicate with us?
I'm working on it. I'll have it finished tomorrow. I was going to make some sitting stones.
Just in terms of pure logistics, we were going to stay in Cherry Falls for a few more days, try to set the groundwork for this union thing that we're trying to establish, and then...
but they said they were going to take care of it. By that, I mean, I believe they're going to kill you. Or at least, once again, reapprehend you?
I don't know how dirty Vanguard is willing to be. I mean, the way you talk about it, they were trying to stay as separated from as possible by this cockamamie plan to put a sheriff working for Kageori with criminals working for him. I guess my point is, if they're trying to keep things, on the down low, Marble just very publicly called them out by name in front of a large crowd of people, saying that they're coming after him and going to try to kill people that work against them.
But then
I don't know if it's the best look for us to die 2 days later in Cherry Falls.
That is true.
It is true, but Kageori also then told us to not overstay a welcome.
We're also their image is kind of irrelevant at this point. They are powerful. They're subtle because it works easiest for them. They're not subtle because they have to be. They could kill somebody in the streets and get away with it.
You are in the business of privacy. You're in the business of keeping people private. How do we smuggle these people? How do we allow them to continue their lives secretly?
Patches, give me let's call this a history check or an insight check, and you can apply your mafia lore.
22.
22. You feel fairly confident on a 22 that you could essentially cook up some fake identities for the twins and protect them from being sort of... Well, 2 things. 1, if you needed to, just to physically smuggle them somewhere so that nobody knows where they went, easy. Not a problem at all on a 22. You could easily just essentially, rather than the twins and Nessa buying a ticket on a boat to Okuko, you could get them smuggled to Okuko and nobody would know where they were. The alternative to that, if you want them to be able to continue to maintain a high profile in Cherry Falls, making a union, you could try to make false identities for them. That's harder. That would require some rolls. But with the 22 you've already done, if you want to just essentially smuggle them below board to Okuko, that's something that's available to you. So that there's no trail for where they went from here.
Also, additionally, I know that we've talked about keeping them in communication with Daisy. Could they work things out over sending from distance? I know it's only 25 words a minute, but can we go over tomorrow, get the groundwork done, and then just have them continue doing it over?
Yes, yeah, kind of do little things from here and there. Just and they could also find some people. Honestly, Wright and Bell and Edison are household names in Cherry Falls and beloved around here, and are fully on board with your plan. Place them in charge of starting the Cherry Falls Union of Articles.
They are powerful combatants with strong mechs. I know that we have brushed it off quickly, but I don't know if staying here is such a bad idea. We have allies here who have defensive capabilities.
Right.
The way that I see it, we have two options here. We either spend the rest of our lives in hiding until we fix this, or we set up somewhere that they would not challenge, either because it is too messy or because too powerful.
Patches, you think on your 22 insight check with your Mafia lore, you're thinking of this from if your boss, if Fungo Cremini wanted these two dead, what would be the biggest obstacles to making that happen? And what's the mess that you'd be getting into with that problem? The fact that Marble gave such a compelling and public-facing speech specifically calling out Vanguard for threatening artificers earlier today makes it a nightmare to try to kill them in public, especially here where that speech happened.
Right.
You think it would be a PR disaster for Vanguard if the twins were, shot in the streets in Cherry Falls? It's up to you whether you think a PR disaster matters to them. That's You guys can have your own opinions about that.
There is also the international option. We know the Vanguard is an international company, but that does not mean they have no enemies. And in fact, we know for sure they're about to have one very big and one very militarily capable enemy. Would your homeland be a safe place for refugees from Vanguard?
As for now, but I'm more afraid of Chernaya at this point. Chernaya will be the one utilizing these machines.
Okay.
And Chernaya, as we know, is very strong.
I think it is safe to assume that Chernaya is also Vanguard. They are part of the Vanguard Alliance.
Yes, what I believe.
Yeah.
And also, they have taken multiple opportunities to attack my continent and my people.
Right.
They've been pushed back every time, but they've gotten closer every time.
The question is which nations are not part of the Vanguard Alliance, and we have your homeland.
We have with Spiders, I can tell you, I believe is not. There is one in particular in Spiders who is a steward of my land, who I believe might be in coercion. But I believe that we could find a way around him.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so what some of you know who've rolled checks on Vanguard before, Boss, you know just passively from your background, Spyrus has never purchased arms from Vanguard. Again, Vanguard doesn't care who buys their weapons. They'll sell to fucking anybody. But yeah, you know Spyrus has never done business with Vanguard, honestly, just because Vanguard has never approached when Spyrus like, hey, you guys want arms? You're not totally sure that that's not happening right now, but who knows? Honestly, Okuko has probably never bought arms from just because they just haven't been at war in a long, long time. That nation's been at peace for many centuries.
They're just pretty cool.
There's you can think of pockets, especially with geopolitics lore. You can think of nations that haven't bought weapons from Vanguard anytime recently.
I believe this one, and this one, and this one.
Yeah. The big question is just which of those would be capable and willing of protecting endangered people.
At this point, I'm afraid that Spiders might have to protect itself.
That's fair.
If the goal is just sending them somewhere to asylum, send them back to Daybreak. That's where he wants them anyway.
That's where he wants us.
He wants them there too.
Well, they wouldn't be safe there, is what I'm saying.
That's not a terrible point. So it would depend on what Marble does, I guess, or if you could create the illusion that Marble also has given up. If you could create the illusion that the Pimpsons just went home and are back to running their business, then great.
I'm not convinced that we can lie to them until we solve this dream problem. Yeah. The reason that I don't like hiding or lying as options is because that we've lost the ability to hide or lie from them. At least until we find Vanera and figure out how they are learning from our dreams.
This I agree.
I think we have no choice but to post up somewhere and stand strong and say you will not touch us for one reason or another. And the only two reasons I can think of that they would not touch us is a PR disaster, which they for now are still trying to avoid, or because they simply don't have the military might to do so, which the only place I can think of is Spyrus.
Yes, I believe that they would be safe, at least for now. I have trusted individuals that would take care of them.
I haven't said it yet, but to make it perfectly clear, I understand that I also have vulnerable assets in Chernaya that they will go for. And I've sent them a warning. That warning was maybe don't talk to them if they knock on your door, and it seems that they are well past the knocking on doors part of this operation.
They don't knock anymore.
They don't knock. I need to find a way to send them a message quickly, and I would like to know where to tell them to go.
Yeah. I don't know if we would have had time to do this between the fight and now, but this might be helpful about my supply chain check.
Yeah,
I don't know how that
same night. I'll let you let's go ahead and just roll that all together.
My thought is how does that affect this plan? Because obviously knowing supply chains also means I would possibly know who their competitors are in various places.
Go ahead. Well, you're going to do that research in the morning, but we'll just do it now and then loop it into this conversation while we're on the conversation. So give me, let's call this an investigation check, apply your Arcanotech lore, and I know your background gives you some of this. This is just kind of for how much you find.
19. Sorry.
Okay, 19. A couple things. One, this is kind of a tangent, but it's one that you guys wanted to look into. You guys know that the Vanguard factory sent a big shipment of 2 giant crates off to Anuvilar a number of days ago. And you wanted to hound that down a little bit and see some more details about that. You do find those details on a 19. Those 2 crates that Vanguard shipped off were shipped to Anuvilar by a company called Donovan Steamship Company, which is just a very prominent Ocasian West Coastal shipping. It's just a big shipping company. It's UPS or whatever. You do find on a 19 that the shipment had an escort named Marty Langdon, if you want that name. I'm not sure who that is, but somebody named Marty Langdon went with the shipment to Anuvilar.
Marty.
It departed on the 16th of Sprouts. And it was set to arrive in Anuvilar on the 22nd of Sprouts, which is, let's see here, 12 days or 20 days ago. So it was supposed to get to Anuvilar 20 days ago. So that's what you find on that shipment. I know that's not really what you were looking for, but that's been pending for a minute.
I appreciate it.
Supply chain. In terms of where they got the parts for the mech suits that they were making, a massive amount of crafting components were purchased from Canton Mechanics. You kind of already know that. The Canton Mechanics, by the way, you find in some of this research, if you didn't already know it, is the largest provider of components on the continent. This company, this Canton Mechanic company, is like the biggest Arcanotech
So
provider.
getting them to be like, we're not going to work with them anymore?
Yeah, huge.
Oh.
Unbelievably huge.
Oh.
Really huge. I gotta tell you.
I didn't know that, and I was like, oh, thanks.
I may have understated. That 25 instead of the 21 was huge.
Yeah.
The biggest provider of Arcanotech
So
components.
we crippled at least part of the chain.
Hugely
And this was
so.
parts for the suit or parts for the...
Just parts for the suit specifically.
Or the core.
For the suits. For the
Okay.
suits and also, for the
Or
suits and also for
adaptment.
the what do I want to call it? The adapter or whatever.
Yeah.
The thing that connects the core to the suits.
Cool.
What is striking to you as you look through that is that normally those are parts that Vanguard would just manufacture for themselves, not purchase. They're not particularly complicated parts. They're things that Vanguard could just make at one of their many factories, but they went out and spent a shitload of money buying a fuckload of
Because
them.
they want to be spending their resources making something else.
That, it also implies to you that they must be under some sort of deadline or time constraint. They didn't have time to make all these parts. They just bought them all so they could get working on the actual project at hand. It makes you think that they are on a timeline or some back-end pressure of some kind.
Was there any expectation that they were planning on coming back to buy more that they made? Or is that
Yeah, I think you can find that easily just by talking to Daisy. She said essentially, Big Eisenhower, after signing this receipt and doing this deal with Archie, said, let us know, keep us posted on your stock. We'll be back for more if you've got it. We'll be in the need for this for a while, essentially.
Good to know.
You do find a conspicuous lack of ether salt purchases, which is strange. They're going to all this trouble to replicate your power core, which is powered by ether salt, but you don't find any trace of them buying a shitload of ether salt.
Yeah.
So take that for what it's worth. You assume there must be some other.
They don't do any refining, do they? Or not that.
No, not that you're aware of. When you went into that Vanguard factory, there was one little refinery tank in there that seemed to be just enough to test out your power core replica. They're not like mass refineries.
So maybe the expectation is that the army is. Would be the army that's probably. I'll sell you the suit. You have to get your own.
Provide your own ether salt potentially. You do know that the largest ether salt suppliers in the world. The largest one is Okuko. The second is Toluska, where you are now. And then Nidus and Pontus are also big suppliers of ether salts. But the biggest two are Okuko and Toluska.
Okay, and then. Are there any signs of any shipments of ether salt to Trinaya?
On 19, no. And again, kind of conspicuously so. You would expect that a nation that just bought an army's worth of mech suits, or at least, hired Vanguard to make, would have some source of ether salt. What you're finding on a 19 is a big unanswered question of where are they getting the ether salt to power all of this? That's a big unanswered question.
China has ether salt, do it not?
Sure they do, but they're not especially rich in it.
Okay.
But no, you're absolutely true that they could just be mining it.
Sorry, did you
Can't
say
rule that
do
out.
we not?
Do they not?
Really interesting. Really, really interesting. So interesting.
They all
interesting.
how can you
Got me.
Got him.
Do we not?
Boss kills Bones immediately. So that's kind of what you end up with. Do you have any other follow-up questions other than what we've already said?
Vanguard does their own shipment, I assume, or do they do this?
They hire contractors. This particular one, Donovan, is the one you just found.
Gotcha.
Shipped his.
Do we see any do we see any signs of the shipments of their mechs? Were they coming out of the factory and?
Well, actually, hold on. Let me think about this. The answer to that question is actually no. You rule out on a 19 that a bunch of mechs are being made here in Cherry Falls and then shipped to Chernaya. When you were at that factory in Vanguard, you saw what you kind of pieced together to have been like a prototype, a test.
This seemed like
suit.
a test lab type of thing,
Yes.
where they're like, "This the rules are really lax here. We can do whatever we want, and
Right.
if things go bad and people die, who cares?" It's
And you at the time kind of arrived at the conclusion like, oh, this is a port that's very close to Spyrus, the laws are lax, maybe they plan on mass producing these here. You can't necessarily rule that out. What you get essentially is what has not happened is that this factory has already made hundreds of mechs and shipped them off to Chernaya.
Okay.
Either they haven't been made yet at all and they're going to be made here, or they're being made elsewhere.
okay. And then I think my final question: can I get a rough idea of how much material that they still have versus how many mechs they could have
See
still
what you're
made?
saying. Yes, what you pieced together on 19 at the factory. What you found was them with one prototype of your power core, working on one prototype of the mech suit, which was unfinished, which was on Sergei Leon's designs, and they bought a shitload of components, way more than they needed for just two prototypes, and they only sent a very small fraction of that to the factory that you guys plundered. In other words, some 95% is somewhere else. On 19, you don't know where else, but it is not here.
Based off of,
And I think that's easy enough to, you're probably about to say this, but it's probably enough to piece together that if they're building more of your power core and more of these mech suits, they're not building it here.
yeah. I guess the question then is based off of my knowledge of, because I think we took some of the papers of what the designs are,
Yeah.
and knowing how much they have, how many suits could they make with these parts?
Something measured not in thousands, but probably measured in hundreds or dozens.
So
You would guess
dozens?
between 1 and 500.
Okay.
100 and 500, I should say.
Okay. Well. Okay.
That's assuming that they don't make more of their own parts or buy more of their own parts elsewhere. But again, Canton is the
All right.
biggest.
That is information that I do share all with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're able to essentially piece together that probably somewhere in the world, some 1 to 500 more of your mech suit are being made.
Boss vomits.
Yeah.
Full vomit.
Well,
So you actually get all that information the next morning, but we can loop it into this conversation
Yeah.
because you guys are kind of having it.
I mean, it seems that no matter where they go,
We're fucked.
unless we fuck them up.
Let's go fuck them up.
Marvel, are you capable of making some items that could protect against divination?
I could. I don't know how quickly I could. Amulet of no detection, whatever it's called, costs me to make.
It's uncommon.
I think it's is it uncommon?
I know that we
Yeah.
So we made a couple of tiers. The uncommon tier, which is just non-detection, meaning you can't be found with magic, detected with magic, would cost 100 marks to buy, which means 90 marks to make. Right.
I will look to Top and Yo-Yo, put a hand on both their shoulders, and say, "How in the red are you willing to be if it means seeing your family again?"
Top says, keeping my family safe is all that matters to me and Yo-Yo, right, Yo-Yo? Yo-Yo says, yeah.
Insight check.
Look, no, let me be clear. I'm coming across flippant here. Nothing matters to me more than my family and keeping them safe. My thing is, we're taking a stand, right? That's what we decided to do 3 hours ago at the arena. We're taking a stand. Are we taking a stand or not? I don't like this. We're taking a stand, but also we're hiding and not. Aren't we supposed to be standing up for what we believe in at this point?
What was your plan, Ghost?
A image of Kageori appears in the doorway, shoots Top, and Top dies.
I like it, but importantly...
No, like, Top actually dies if you will accept the spell.
Oh.
I'm reading this as you're trying to intimidate Yo-Yo into taking this the fuck seriously. Is that what's happening?
No, I am casting Feign Death on Top.
He wants to frame Kageori for killing Top.
I understand what you are saying.
To start a rebellion?
No, to get them out of the city. We give them one amulet each, and then they can just go and pretend that they're dead.
But Kageori knows he didn't kill them.
Right.
Obviously, but that doesn't matter.
That's about
I mean,
As long as the people here think they are dead.
Yo-Yo says it would certainly stoke the fire.
No, but that would make all the more reason for Kageori to make sure he's actually dead.
Right, I think I'm on Marble's side here. The only people who are hunting him would know that this is false.
And therefore they would make sure they were dead because there's nothing to lose.
The people here
All right,
support us.
then how about this? And I'll change Kageori to be, oh my god, what was their fucking name? The
Bean?
Lone Espinado.
Yeah.
That's a better idea. We do still run into the problem of they have dreams. I don't think...
The dreams don't particularly matter.
This I agree with.
You guys also have a massive question mark of not really knowing how the dream thing works. I just want to say that out loud. I can't tell you how it works, but...
Actually, why don't you go ahead?
I will say really quick.
Yes.
Patches, you rolled a very good insight check with a lot of criminal lore. I never want to push your party in a direction. You guys do what you want. Patches, on your 21 or 22, whatever it was, insight check with Mafia lore. If the goal here is to keep the twins safe and out of danger, you feel pretty good about combining some of these plans, give the twins some non-detection amulets so they can't be detected or scryed on, and disappear them into the middle of fucking nowhere. They're going to, again, maybe Marvel describes this at some point, or Top does if you don't. Their family lives in, the rural countryside of Okuko, nowhere near a city, middle of nowhere. If the last place the twins were seen was Cherry Falls, half a globe away, and you use your Mafia skills to disappear them from this city with non-detection amulets so they can't be scryed or followed, there's nowhere where they're safe forever, but that's a pretty safe option.
I just want to chime in that the voices inside of my head to say that they want to railroad us into just disappearing the twins.
Yeah.
Is he talking about actual voices in his head, or is this like a bit?
He's a god?
That doesn't answer my question at all.
It's okay. It's a god thing. You wouldn't understand.
It's a god thing.
I have one more idea. We use Patch's connections to smuggle the twins to my country, but instead of going directly to Harsaman, we send them to Panchpahanin. It's just these 5 islands off the east side of the Gati that are known for trading. I have some connections there. I believe we might be able to get your brothers through, get them different identities, at which point they can now then travel across the continents without being seen or known.
Yeah, and I'll say on that pitch, Patches again with your insight check, the only hole really in sending them to Okuko is they know that your family at least is from Okuko. They might not know the address, or they at least there's no conceivable reason why anyone would think the twins are in Panchpahan in the middle of fucking nowhere in Spyrus.
Divination.
The only hole in that is the parents are already headed to Okuko.
Yeah,
but if we send them to Panchpahan,
yeah, I do like that too. I want to I believe I should actually recuse myself from the decision that is made. The fewer people that know where your parents and family are, the better. They should be lost to as many people as possible. If you want to know where they are, that is great. I don't want to know where your family went. And I don't think that any of us should.
I think all the people that need to know are us. Tapanui points at themselves and points at Patches.
Yeah. Maybe you have him decide when we're not around.
Right.
We have many options. We won't know.
It is of course worth mentioning. You should have it written down somewhere so that if you die, we can locate their family. But
Is it true? I mean, I am good at making lists.
well, he's gonna have
Episode 1.
step 1. Send them directly to this exact location.
Step 1. Write down the address.
They'll also have a sending. I could contact them.
Right. You just need to be able to have a way to reconnect if/when this ever becomes safe.
It will take me 2 days to finish those.
I do also think that Ghost is correct. We should have as many of those anti-divination amulets as we can afford to make right now.
So we're agreed that Patches is going to send us somewhere, and no one else is going to know where.
I mean,
the
the other option would be you go to Okuko, and then you all go somewhere.
Maybe we will, and no one will know besides Patches. I guess the follow-up to that question is...
Do we trust Patches?
Do we trust Patches?
That's up to you.
I've met this guy like twice. He says he's a god.
He's the one who tried to...
He says he's a god.
He's right. Yeah, you're the motherfucker that...
I just rolled nat 20 on is he a god?
Yeah, he's totally a god.
God.
You don't know. You only know what he says. He believes... calling that an insight check, he believes everything he's saying. But yes, that was my next question, is do Patches sends us somewhere, no one knows where besides him and us. What about Mom and Dad? Do we try to get them to buy it off on the idea of visiting fucking Spyrus for the first time ever instead of our normal family vacation? Do we hope that they are okay?
How reasonable would it be to have Tabanero go to Okuko and then have all the family smuggled?
Not unreasonable.
Not unreasonable?
Especially for a smuggler can get it done.
Okay.
We can also probably pay some of these mercenaries to cover them until they disappear.
If you want to be really safe, you could go underground and live there forever.
I was going
That
to
doesn't
say,
sound safe at all.
the Hello Hive is a pretty safe place to be right now, aside from the fact that it's a horrible place
just don't
to be
be
right
a heretic and you'll be fine.
I don't know if I can go 24 hours without heresy.
Can you imagine how quickly they would
look
directly
immediately
at the lamp?
It's the last place I would send them.
Yeah. They would walk in and be like, don't look at the lamp.
Yeah, it'd be immediate.
I love that.
Wait, that one right there?
Looks at it.
Points at the lamp.
Here's what I'm going to say, stepping above table for a second. Sometime after this session, I'm going to message Sochi on the side, and we're going to decide you guys truly, both in and out of character, will not know where the twins have gone.
Yeah.
If that is the plan.
Question: so is Sochi the one smuggling, or is the person he's smuggling?
Sochi's not going to do the smuggling himself, but Sochi, to place this above table a little bit, you know which church Kieran Cherry Falls is actually a Santi Silenziosi guy, and he can find a ship to smuggle somebody.
Is it? Wouldn't it be safer if even he doesn't know because he's in the party? Wouldn't it be better to just
the process? I assume.
I guess he kind of has to tell.
He just be like you're. Dealer's choice. Just smuggle them somewhere.
I mean, Patches could say, I just need you to disappear these guys, and I don't know, and I need to not where they.
Well, then they kill him and toss him in the sea.
But I do know that. I do know that Sochi does like knowing things.
He's an expert. I assume that they have established a way. We need to be able to contact them in 3 years. Yeah, I'm sure there's a process.
Well, within Santi Silenziosi as well.
So I guess the last thing the boss will say would be once again there are connections. I will send a word. There is on Ashari. There is a man who will find you at Pahaj Bahanin. And if you are there, you will use the words Prapt Karen, and they will understand.
They nod at you. All right.
Prapt Karen.
Got it. Prapt Karen. Got it. Yeah, we can do that.
Oh no.
All right.
And then while we're just on this topic, you don't have to roleplay it out. Does Nessa want to go with them? Is that the plan too? Or what are we doing with Nessa?
This conversation kind of changes things. She can't mention the talk her and Ghost had at this point.
I mean, Nessa could just stay, couldn't she?
She could just stay. She's not really related to anything.
Yeah, I think that's where Nessa lands. In all this conversation, she says, I don't think I'm being pursued by these terrible people. And if I'm being honest, it is nice to feel like I'm part of something bigger than myself again for the first time in a while. Maybe I'll stay here and try to help out with the union stuff, and maybe it's safest for me to be away from all of the Pendletons until this all blows over.
That's wise.
Where would Ralph stay?
Right. You're all going to a Nuvalar.
Do you have any business in the Nuvalar?
He kind of shakes his head, says, "Truth, I've always kind of avoided the place."
Good time to see it.
Give me anyone with insight perception. Give me an insight check.
Nat 20 for 30.
Nice. Only a 16.
16.
Yeah, 20 for 24.
22.
He's 22, 24.
He's my best friend.
30.
Lower.
Lower, okay. All the 20 pluses, and honestly, on 16 cadence, you get like a bit of hesitance. He doesn't really want to go there. Maybe just because it's cold and he doesn't like to go to the fucking North Pole or whatever. Same for you, Mauricio, reading the hesitance. On the 20 pluses, Ghost, you know Rao best. You know a little bit of his background. You know that he is from Wataka, from Kohan. This is a little bit like asking in an alternate history timeline, someone whose nation was laid low by the Crusades to go visit the Vatican. It's just it's not like he's personally been hurt by the New Valarian Church, but his homeland and his culture are very much antithetical. Literally one of the messages of the New Valarian Gospel is that Anular will one day retake the Promised Lands and essentially, bring order to the chaotic savages and bring their lands back and under their thumb. And that's where Ra lives. And he kind of thinks I don't know if I want to go to the Vatican to, go to the church about the people that are all about bringing my savage people under the thumb. But all of that is kind of like a soft dislike, not like a active hatred of the idea of going there. And it's not pragmatic, it's purely emotional. Yeah, Ghost, you especially, knowing Ra well, if you maybe even talked about some of this history with him. But I think he ends up saying, setting my own proclivities aside, I wonder if it isn't safer for me to also disappear than to follow you into a place that you were just threatened not to go. What I mean is, maybe it's best for me to not be with you at this juncture. I don't know.
It is unnerving to know that we have been, the target of assassins. Do you know us by association? I do not blame you for wanting to be safe.
I don't want to abandon you all in your hour of need. You saved my life.
To be fair, I don't believe that we need you.
Right.
Rather you not give up your life, after we saved it.
Right. Maybe he looks around. We're in. We can speak openly now, right? He looks to Ghost.
Presumably, yes.
There was talk of visiting Nidus. He looks to Mauricio, wanted to learn more about your origins, and I wouldn't mind a beach, if I'm being honest. Maybe I will head to Nidus, see if I can find some leads on Wasa Wasa Galala. He looks to Mauricio. Blank slate. And meet you there. If you all, as the seasoned adventurers, think that I should stay with you for my safety, I will. I do not know. I obviously don't know how to keep myself safe. Referencing being rescued from the Underdark a couple weeks ago. But my instinct is that the further away I am from the targets, the less likely I am to be shot.
I look at Nathul. Nathul, do you know these pursuers better than any of us? Do you believe that Ra would be in danger if he goes to the other coasts?
I don't know anything about these pursuers.
Did they not just tell us to, leave and we wouldn't have a problem?
Not the.
If he leaves, should he not have a problem?
Speaking of those following Ra.
Right, that is kind of true, but the implication is that we must all stop being a nuisance. If any of us are a nuisance, they will go for the people we care about, as they've already demonstrated once.
Well, let's send Ra away.
I think if Ra thinks he can hide, we should send Ra to hide, yes.
Ra, do you feel good hiding? At least for now. Change your name?
Yes, I think that I can.
Presumably Patches can help with this as well.
Yes, yeah.
Can we get him one of these sending stone things?
Yes, I picked up a pair. Here. You can hold on to this. and I will give one to Ral.
Perfect. He takes it and says, "Good. I will."
When he goes to take it from my hand, I put my other hand and then my other hand and then my other hand on top of his. Just holds his hand really tightly for a second.
Yeah. He holds your hand tightly too. He says, "I feel in a way as if I'm abandoning you or letting you down after you have truly saved my life. I trust your judgment in this, Ghost. We've gotten our heads into something a little more dangerous than I think we ever intended to. But I'll be in touch. I will let you know at the first sign of any trouble."
Of course. No, it is safest for you to be probably away from all of this. And I will just to Ral. Boss said that we don't need you, but I do. But it's selfish and would be ill-advised to have you come up here.
He nods. He says, You've come quite a long way, Ghost, since you first were talking about leaving the Underdark for the first time. I did warn you that people didn't get along up here quite as well as they do in Halloween.
No, they certainly don't.
I will miss you. I'll miss you dearly. But it won't be long, I have no doubts. I'm sure we'll see each other again quite soon.
Yeah, he gives a shaky nod and pulls Ral into a hug. I'll miss you too.
He hugs you. Big, strong arms. He's got old man strength. I think with that, with plans made for Ral to head to Nidus, potentially under cover of Patch's smuggling, with the twins having made arrangements to head somewhere where you guys will not know, with Patches again smuggling, Nessa choosing to stay here in Cherry Falls, and plans presumably to also move your parents to whatever safety the twins are moved to. You guys eventually get to sleep after all of that. Mauricio, are you going to do an anti-dream meal tonight?
I think that'd probably be better. I don't think we need to be prickly anymore.
Alright, so go ahead and roll me a cooks utensils
Oh,
check.
does that mean that was the most awkward hug ever?
Yeah, so
like,
spiky.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay, I don't remember the exact effects, but I know the Dirty 20 is good enough to get what you're looking for. You are shielded against divination for the night, and against necromancy specifically. And then Cadence, you had something that night, I believe?
Yeah, real quick. Before bed, I will send off a sending to Solomon. Vanira ran to a Nuvalar, pursuing. Mick, heavily involved, will be angry. Lines will be crossed. Will handle as delicately as possible. Is this worth it?
Whew. Let me think about how Solomon answers that for a second. Wait. There is a long delay as Solomon thinks about the answer to this question. It says, I believe, unfortunately, that it must be worth it, despite the terrible cost. I trust you to be as delicate as possible. Try to preserve what can be preserved.
Consider it done. I say out loud to. I know he can't hear me, but yeah.
Sweet. Boss, you do something that night before waking up in the morning.
So, just to Nessa.
Yeah.
I have like a moment. I just want to walk up to her very quickly and say, I believe that our time together is coming to an end. I hand a slip of paper with the little bit of wax with like my ring, the signet in it, and say, if you should ever need help, you go to Gati, you find an Asamar named Pratikar. And you hand them this.
She takes the paper and looks at it and says, hopefully not an end, but...
What's his name, did I say?
Pratikar Pravit. You've got a good memory.
And I just nod and turn around.
Perfect.
Neo, you got a hand raised. Was that just for cooking or anything else you wanted to do?
No, I want to talk to Bones real quick.
Oh, yeah, a little Marisco Bone sidebar.
Little Briscoe Bones.
They're gonna bone. That's the
about
joke.
that.
Funny joke.
Side roll.
Thanks. It's never been made before.
Are they still in the sleeping in the same room thing? Or are we getting separate rooms? What's going on?
Are we fucking or not, dude? You want to fuck? I'm trying to fuck.
That is up to Marisco. I assume the Bones would get it.
It's okay. We're still getting in the same room together. Yes.
Of course, I would know that.
I just thought I might have overstepped earlier at some point. I was worried because you keep almost dying. You really should work on that. I mean, you did last fight. You didn't go on the ground, so...
Narrowly, and only thanks to the bark scan. But yes, that went better than the previous few fights have gone.
I got you a gift because I was going to apologize because I thought I had overstepped and was being weird, but now I feel weird not giving it to you, so I still want to give it to you if that is fine.
Marisco, I would like your gift, and you have not overstepped. What is the gift?
Okay. Let's see, I'll put some images and voice here, but he's going to pull out a small leather case, it's like a tube. And whenever Bones unclasp it, it has a disassembled oboe inside. I saw this in town and I thought, I mean, you do not seem like a clarinet person as much, or a saxophone, so I got something in the middle. I figured it was a...
It is an oboe.
It is an oboe, yes.
I love the oboe. I will have to learn how to play the oboe, but I love the
I figured that was as much, but I figured you should, to someone who likes music as much, try. So, to do it themselves, I mean.
Thank you, Marisco. I had put off all thought of pursuing things like this. But I think you are right. I think that this might be what I need. Thank you. Do you know how to play the oboe?
No, I messed around with the saxophone a bit, so I could, the fingering is not all that similar, I do not think. So no, I do not know.
That is okay. I will play around until I figure it out.
I realize I should have gotten you an instruction book or something.
No. I think perhaps it might be funniest if I simply figure it out. Thank you. I know that this is very silly the way that I'm handling it, but this is actually very thoughtful. I appreciate it a lot. I don't have a gift for you. I feel very bad. Now I'll start looking for a gift for you.
I mean, I got the gift because I thought I had done something dumb, so you don't have to get me anything unless you think you did something dumb.
What dumb thing did you think that you had done?
There was one point where I don't know, maybe I grabbed your hand or something whenever something happened. It was weird, I don't know. I thought that I was just being a little too clingy, so I wanted to back off a bit.
Marisco, as long as you are okay with the idea that I might die any morning, you can be as clingy as you would like. I just don't want you to, I don't want you
We all might die any morning is what we make of the time, yeah?
Yeah. Well then, thank you. And you have done nothing wrong.
Well, good. This way, you don't have to... Well, I guess it's not a clarinet, so you don't have to worry about the reeds. Oboes do not have reeds, do they?
I think they do.
They do. It's actually a
you don't have to worry
reed.
about it, because it is magic, so it does not wear down.
It's okay. I am quite confident in my ability to tongue a reed. I just don't know. I will figure it out. We'll see what we can make do with this.
If you need any help practicing, you did the tonguing the reed thing.
Of course, I have nothing going on tonight. That is actually not entirely true. I need to go find somebody who can do the long range, the logomancy thing, the talking to people over long distances. I have been studying a spell that would let me do it for weeks now, and I finally figured it out and realized that it simply does not go very far. So I need to go find somebody who has a spell that will let me talk And before Bones leaves, he does go around and kind of just squeezes Marisco's hands. And then he will run up to essentially ask every party member, hey, do you have sending? Can I use it?
As you were talking, as Patches walks by, he's just like,
I have a sending.
Do you have sending? Could I bribe you for a sending? Is there anything that you would like?
Well, just before we get any further into that, sending requires a target that he is familiar with, meaning he can't really contact your brother with it. That said, before you even further down this rabbit hole, you can also send a telegram to your brother. International telegram is
that
a thing.
fast?
It's a telegram. It's near instant.
You're right. Can I run down to the telegram office?
It's probably closed by this point, but you can send one in the morning. Actually, give me yeah, you guys have talked a lot. It's late.
Do I? Can I hack? Can I?
Tony, you can break into the telegram office.
I have some telegram wire if you need it.
I was gonna say I probably
You don't need
I
wire.
stole it
It's
from
all
the
set up.
abandoned city or abandoned town.
Yeah, Bones, if anybody could do this,
I
it's
was
you.
gonna say, let me go find a relay.
So it's so easy to find the telegram station. Step one, make a stealth check.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Just do it in the morning.
No.
Do you want to borrow my elf shoes?
No. Stealth check.
My pillow shoes?
Does it take an hour to attune?
No, they're not attuned.
Oh, sick. Yeah, I'll take them.
They're just pillows.
Pillow shoes.
They're just
Gonna get
pillows.
caught and be banned in the morning.
can I lean out the window and watch him? Like,
Yeah, what are you doing out there?
Totally, yeah.
16.
16, that's fine. You're just like, there's no one even at the office. You're just trying to not get seen by someone in the street.
Yeah.
You make it to the telegram office. You don't need to break in. The wire comes out the back of the building and down into.
Tap it, yeah.
So you tap into the wire and you can send a telegram.
Okay. Is there like a link limit on this?
No. The issue is what you're not sure about. Boy, I need to do time zone math right now.
Right.
Whether there's going to be an operator on the other end ready to receive this message. What fucking time
Oh, that's
is
a
it?
good point too. Is this is going to be seen by other people along
Right.
the way?
Right. So yeah, no, you've got no, you got daytime there. It's morning. So yes, there will be an operator waiting for this. Now it's just if you're willing to send a message to an operator to
Because I don't have a link limit, I'll be able to couch things a little bit better. So
Yeah.
I will. Okay, let me word this slightly different. I essentially send a message that says, "Rook, the company is openly hostile. You guys are in danger. They might not risk public spectacle. Might. So either stay very hidden or very visible. I will try to explain soon."
Okay. Yeah. You send that off. It's somewhere off in Eastern Prexham. Some telegram operator takes that message down and
I think I do. Oh man, I think it's important. I do include at the very end. War is coming.
Okay. Some messenger will send that in an envelope to Rook at his bar. Perfect. With that message sent, I think that is the business for the night until morning comes. So you guys can now, as I said like an hour and a half ago, actually mark down the short rest that you get when you wake up on the 12th of brightness.
I don't eat Morisco's meal.
Okay.
But I would like to take it to the train.
Okay. Like the train station, you mean?
Yeah, is there a train currently parked?
Sure, why not? Yeah.
Okay. I want to do a thing, if I can.
Of course.
Because we have magic lore in this setting, and not all of our spells support that. So I want to try using a combination of detect magic and identify on Morisco's food and this train to see if I can detect the difference between sympathetic magic and like arcanotech.
What a fascinating question. Really, really fascinating.
You're so fucking cool, Drake.
You're a cool guy.
That's not even like that's not even
Thanks.
like that's so fucking.
You're a really cool guy.
He's not even lying to your face.
Like, that's awesome.
Give me an Arcana check. Some of this you just get, but let's see how much juice you can squeeze out of it. Okay.
18?
18 is quite good. The sort of signatures and residue that are left behind in the way that a spell is cast and the fashion in which ether is accessed are very subtle and hard to see. Because no matter whether you access magic by arcane magic or sympathy or sorcery, at the end of the day, what you're doing is drawing ether into the world and turning it into a spell, or turning it into some magic effect, not always a spell. And no matter how you get to the ether, that's what you're doing, whether it's sympathy, sorcery, or arcana. That said, there are some sort of like subtle, subtle differences that you can pick up on. It's, for you as a caster, especially doing this with your magic, the detect magic and identify up, it's a little bit like closely studying a painting where, to the untrained eye, the things that you're looking at are sort of the shape and the color and the way it's laid out. But for you, what you're looking at is the subtle signs of brush stroke. What you're looking for is the indication of what kind of paint was used. Things that most people would not see when they study a painting, even studying it for how artistically beautiful it is. They're not looking necessarily for methodology always. But an 18 is enough to find those subtle variations in methodology. And it's ultimately window dressing. It's mechanically identical. But, you can tell the subtle differences between sorcery and sympathy and arcana. The workings of magic going on in these trains as they roar away from you are purely rote mathematics. And what you hold in your hands, Marisco's cooking, bears the hints of sorcery and also hints of sympathy, of something that is done with, on the one hand, a raw sort of primal connection to the magic of the world, and on the other hand, with like artistry and love and passion. And at the end of the day, what's done is done. But the I don't know. You find the barest hints of the way it was done, and whatever extent that matters to Ghost.
It matters for a theory, but the way you've described this means that this theory is definitely nothing.
Interesting. I'd love to hear the theory.
But yeah, I'll go over to Marble after kind of figuring this out and say, Marble, I was wondering if have you identified your power core before?
Like the magically?
Yes.
No.
Are you 100% certain that your power core runs entirely on Arcanotech?
What are you implying?
In the way that Marisco is able to imbue his food with magic incidentally without his knowledge, I'm wondering if part of the reason they can't replicate your power core is because it's you.
Kind of like starts to think, and kind of starts to think a little bit about the speech he prepared yesterday. We talked about his passion. I can't. Do you want to? I didn't prepare that today.
I could take a look if you are curious, but I also understand that you keep your design very personal, so...
It's like, no, I trust you.
Alright. Yeah, I'll try and identify it, see if there's any sympathetic influence from Marble.
I'm so happy that you did this. Not necessarily because your theory is necessarily germane, but I'm just a geek about world building, I guess. Like 3 or 4 sessions ago, Marble asked Marisco to help him, quote unquote, imbue an item with some compassion or something. It was an item made for Cadence. You want help putting quote unquote sympathy into a thing. And the roll was not that good, so I couldn't do my deep dive into how that was kind of like a fundamental misunderstanding of what sympathy magic is. You can't put sympathy in a thing. It has to come from you. All that Marisco could ever do, and he didn't know it at the time, and neither did you. Ghost, you identify these things, looking at these same signatures that are on this sort of dish of food in front of you. And from Marble's power core are just some hints that part of what has happened here is sympathy, is sympathetic magic. Marble, I don't know if you knew that you were a sympathetic caster. And I think that most of what you do is Arcana. There's a weird overlap happening here that, like, you can be passionate about Arcana and therefore have sympathetic magic about arcane magic, right? Artificery, arcane magic started like 100 years ago, but artificery did not. People have been making magic items for thousands of years because they just have a passion for making a thing. So part of what Marble does is cash in on the sweet math of arcane magic, but part of it comes from a place of just like the passion for making a thing. Ghost, as you follow those strands of sympathy, your eye is drawn to Marble's pinky, where I don't think the thread is even visible right now, but there are detect magic lets you sense the presence of magic even when you cannot see it. There is sympathetic magic that is almost pure sympathy and very little Arcana around Marble's hand. I don't think you necessarily even know what that is. But when Morisco, quote-unquote, put some sympathy into that string for you, all he really did was give you a little help doing a thing that you were already doing, which is putting your love for cadence, your love for crafting, your love for making a thing for someone that you care about because you care about them, and because making a thing for them is how you tell them that they are seen and that you understand them. That's more of what the magic of your string around your finger is than math, I think.
This is incredibly impressive work, Marble. You should be very proud of yourself.
And I'm sorry, Ghost, to jump in on that. The question you're actually asking, is there a chance that, like, I think you already know this answer, is there a chance that the reason Vanguard can't do what Marble can do because they don't have sympathetic magic behind it? There's nothing that Marble has done here that couldn't be done with pure Arcana.
Right. It's more of a, like, if they find out what they are missing, is there another layer to it that will, like, hold them up, is kind of what Ghost is going for.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think honestly on an 18 you can't necessarily rule it out that, like, if someone at Vanguard, whoever made this thing, really had a passion in their heart for crafting, that it wouldn't be easier for them to do what they're trying to do. It is probably harder. I mean, this is not even a probably thing, this is just the real human experience. It's harder to do a thing well when you don't care about it.
Ghost will keep that to himself just because, you know, try and keep that out of Vanguard's ear for now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Marble's convinced that he can't do sympathy magic. Like that. His thinking of sympathy versus arcane magic is very black and white.
Right.
Probably the most black and white thinking he has is just, it's like they're just two different. They don't go together.
They don't mix. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's convinced that this. Yeah, he's even convinced that the thing on his pinky, if it has sympathy magic, is because Morisco put some in there for him.
I wanted to go on that massive diatribe whenever you and Morisco were doing the thing today. I'm like, no, you guys rolled so bad. You know how this shit works. I'm glad Ghost did this.
That's great. That's actually beautiful, though.
Barring any other activities, you guys wake up in the morning, and to kind of zoom out here a little bit, on our break, we did some magic item shopping. I think you guys spent a little bit of time enjoying the spoils of your hard work, walking through town looking for things to buy. One of the places you go is on the harbor, probably while you're looking into boat travel, so maybe we'll do that one last. One of the places you go is just a little tinker shop, someone that's actually kind of like went to the fight last night and is so excited when you guys walk in because he wants to join the union and all that fun stuff. And he sells to Boss a little silver whistle that you choose who hears it, essentially. So your whistle of silent alarm. You can blow that whistle. It makes a loud noise that only one person you choose hears it. And he also sells you just an old standby and a bright lantern.
I love that.
And for Ghost, he sells you this 5-inch orb made of like brass rings that interlock and turn and click as you turn them, and you can lock them together to create a loud gonging sound like a church bell every 6 seconds. So you get the orb of gonging.
I give that to Specs.
Great, I love that. He abuses it immediately.
No, Jesus. For later.
He looks solemn and salutes you. Puts it into
distractions, subterfuge.
And then
He's
Marisco,
interested.
you go buy yourself a magic oboe. We kind of already covered that. I think that was all the magic item shopping you guys did, other than the teleportation map, which I'm going to kind of roll into the morning's trip to the. So
I have a few things I need to get done. Just
Yeah.
crafting
Let's come to
time.
you then.
Yeah, I just need. I have like these 2 days of crafting I need to get done, and then I was gonna, with Nessa, just go to the. I'm so bad with names. The people who we fought.
Talos.
Talos. And I'm just gonna just kind of give 20 more towards like helping start up the union.
Awesome. Hell yeah.
Just kind of like helping them get things together, and then I'm gonna spend the rest of the time. I'm gonna be crafting all the stuff for the twins. So I just
do
need
the
2
crafting
crafting
check
sessions.
first for the stuff you're making for the twins.
Just what I needed. So I got a 26
Perfect. So that gets you to the highest
on that.
tier.
And then that's for the first day. I don't know if you want me to just do the second day too.
Let's keep it one day at a time
Okay.
for now, because I'm not sure exactly how long you guys will stay here. I will leave that to you guys. But
Yeah.
for the first day, Top and Yo-Yo do, well, I guess they're not really doing much more networking now because they're trying to make it look like they just disappeared. So they're kind of laying low. And on that subject, Patches. On your 22 criminal check to try to smuggle Top and Yo-Yo out of town, you eventually make your way over to a little, like, Anuvlarian chapel outside of town, just like an old Catholic-looking Old West church, one that you know is actually a front for Santa Silenzosi's smuggling ring, and make arrangements to smuggle the twins off to somewhere. You and I will talk about that between sessions. Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check and apply your criminal lore. Do it with advantage. Or your mafia lore, I should say.
18.
Okay, 18. The guy here in the like sort of Anuvlarian priest robe that basically just looks like a Catholic robe. He's like a toad guy, like a horned toad, like a brown toad with much like kind of horned appearance. He says, "That's gonna cost us some money. You got some sort of coverage for that sort of thing? We'll get her done. Don't get me wrong. You know, on the orders from Don Vittorio himself, but still, we got to keep our checkbook accounted for."
How much money do you need?
Well, I think we could get him to, and he says a location for, let's call it 50 marks. Give me an insight check.
24.
24. He might be trying to take a little off the top for himself. It's been a long time since this guy has really been threatened by a higher up. He's kind of, you know that he could do this for like 30 marks.
I kind of just like sit there and just like look at him. Like, you know, the kind of mafia like, do you want to rethink that?
Are you
type of look? Yeah, like the, are you sure without having to actually say anything?
Give me an intimidation check. And again, apply mafia lore.
22.
You know, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe you know what? I think we could do a little cheaper than that. I think we could get him out of here for 30 marks. I think 30 marks will do it. I think we can get him out for 30. For you, for the boss. As long as you pass on the good word for me.
Of course, for the boss. I'm glad you rethought your number with me.
Yeah, well, it's a man's got to make a living. You understand, I'm sure.
I understand, but there's a time and a place for that sort of thing, and maybe I'm not with someone so high-ranking.
Yeah, no, I see that now. I kind of was, when you first walked in here, I was thinking maybe, you was here to give me a promotion or something, because I've been doing such good work out here and all, and then when I found out I wasn't getting a promotion, I kind of got a little upset, and I kind of tried to squeeze a little extra out of you. I'll be honest, I tried to squeeze a little extra out of you. I tried to. And so I admit that, and so I do admit that, and so I hope that you do appreciate my honesty, and I do hope that we can maybe even all my honesty would put me in your good graces so you could consider a big promotion for me. And so I do hope that you'll consider a good promotion for me. I do hope you won't forget about me out here, because this is the first time in 7 years anyone's come talk to me. So I mostly am just kind of doing my own business out here, and I do hope that you'll think about promotion for me, and I do hope that you will maybe give me a promotion, or maybe also just give me those extra 20 marks, because I've been so honest. I've been so honest with you. Ever since you called me out on being dishonest, I have been very honest.
I will say, I do like the way you think.
I like the way you talk.
This is why we pick the best people to work with us, you know.
Yeah, no, it's only the best here in the Silent Saints. And, I do good work. I move everything that needs to move through here, and I only take a little off the top. Only a little off the top for me. And so that's just for operations. You got to keep the church up on. It's got 4 walls. You got to put the windows up and stuff. So we do take just a little off the top, and a little bit is so that I can.
How much is a little?
A little bit is too, just so that I can kind of eat. And so a man's got to have a drink now and then, and a man's got to sometimes go whoring, and a man's got to
66% is the answer to your question.
He's got to go
charging you
whoring.
66%.
No, and it's not that much. It's somebody says something's gonna be 30 marks, I tell them it'll be 50 marks. Somebody says it's gonna be 10 marks, I say it's gonna be 20 marks.
33%.
Someone says that something's gonna be 5 marks, I say it's gonna be 8 marks. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a little off the top for me, and a little bit off the top so we can keep the windows taken care of, and so we can sort of paint the outside of the church. And I do spend a little bit on Horan, and I do spend a little more than maybe I should on Horan, if I'm being honest. But I do hope that all this honesty that I'm giving to you right now is sort of, you think of as kind of like a gift. It's sort of like you'll put it on my resume, and we can sort of make amends to the sense that you maybe will give me a big promotion. And then you don't think that I would maybe need to take as much off the top, but maybe I just got paid a little bit more off the regular, Because I don't think...
You having a good time?
I love it. Don't interrupt him.
I'm just sitting there just watching.
Because I don't think, if I could already have gotten 50 marks and that was the right price, I don't think I would have asked for 80. Maybe I would have, but I don't think if I was just already getting the paid right amount that I would ask for extra anymore. Because that's already enough to do all the horror.
While he's talking, I reach in my pocket and pull out my pocket watch and just look at it.
All right, no, I can see that you are in a hurry, and I do see that you're in a hurry, and I will get that done for you. Don't you worry about any of that. And don't worry about if I'm capable or not.
Yeah. Thank you.
And don't worry about that at all, 'cause I am good at what I do. It's just I do like to take a little off the top.
I was not going to say anything about this.
You'll see.
With how long tenured you have been with us, I assume that you can be very well trusted.
I'm always well trusted, and I do never spill any secrets, and I do consider sort of taking some off the top as kind of a fee I take for not telling any secrets, even though that is just my job. But I do think of it as sort of an extra that I get for Horan.
I do understand this, because obviously anyone that says that they do not spill the secrets is very trustworthy. Nobody would lie about that.
That's why I tell people all the time. I say, I'm sorry, I can't spill any secrets. I can't spill any secrets. My job is very secret.
I can't
do it. I can't do it. They'll come down on me. They'll send somebody from the Bay City. They'll come down on me so hard you won't even believe. They'll come down on me so hard. That's why I gotta do all the horror. It's because all the stress I'm under thinking they might come down. I'm under all this stress all the time thinking they're gonna come down on me for all the horror and for all the taking some off the top to do the horror.
Just because he's spilling so many secrets. Well, not spilling any secrets. I'd like to insight him.
Get an insight check.
This man could be an incredible liar for all we know.
Can I apply my mafia work?
Yeah, totally, yeah.
23.
You should fire this guy right away. He's got to go. He's got to go. You should find somebody else to do this.
I think I have a promotion for you in mind. The more you speak about it,
And I'm so grateful for that, and I have been hoping for that for 7 long years since anybody came here to give me any kind of promotion or to tell me anything about how my performance is.
Do you have anyone that works under you?
No, I got plenty of people who work under me, and I tell them all the time that they should not take anything off the top. You see, I lay down the law hard on them so that our records look pretty good in terms of how much we take off the top in terms of for horn and
Well,
stuff.
of course, yes. Can I speak to one of them?
Yeah, let me go get you somebody. Cletus! And such a reasonable human man walks out and is like, I don't know what your boss is like. You have a boss like this at all? I'm gonna get everything you need done. I'm not gonna take anything off the top. I don't even like the whores around here.
I mean, looking at this,
them all.
They don't seem like a good horse.
Yeah, no, there's better whores, man, and it's if you're gonna.
Can I insight him?
Yeah.
Are there?
The horse here?
Just about the horse, not the actual.
Yeah.
21.
Yeah, this guy's been around and seen some better horses than they have around here for sure. He seems trustworthy. He seems level-headed. He says, I know how this is going to sound based on what you've just been through. When he sleeps with the fishes, somebody will need a promotion. And if I do well, and I don't even ask for it right now, but if I do well, I do hope that you could see your way towards perhaps a better position for me here. He's out of his mind.
He's out of his mind.
I think I might have an extra little job for you if you are up for it.
Outstanding. Yes. Anything that you need.
I very visibly pull out my coin thing, assuming both of them are standing there still.
Yeah.
And pull out 50 marks.
Yeah.
And hand it to Cletus.
Okay.
I need you to do the job. I'm assuming you heard what do we need.
I did. He thinks for a second about whether he should absolutely throw his boss under the bus right now and decides that it's a good idea to do so under the circumstances and says, "You're part of this gang. You don't have to pay the gang to do its job. You just ask us to do it and we'll do it." Did he try to tell you have to pay him?
Oh, don't worry. This is I will get the repaid for it.
Got it. Okay, great. Yes, it will be done. Consider it done.
I just need one more favor for you.
Yep.
I will put this in a nice way. I'm sorry. What was your name? Not to you, Cletus.
Me?
Yeah,
Marv.
yes, you. You say Mark?
Marv. Marvin.
Marv.
I go by Marv. You can call me Marvin.
Okay, Marv.
I go by Marv. You can call me Marvin.
Cletus.
Marv is my real name. Marvin is the nickname. I added the "in" as the nickname. I like it better. My parents call me Marv, but I like Marvin better.
Cletus, Marva needs a promotion, as you heard. I think with this extra little bit I gave you that you might be able to help promote him to customer.
Yeah.
You know, we take really good care of our customers, right?
We take the best care of our customers, and I will see to it that this customer is taken care of to the utmost of our
I
standards.
appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And I assume I passed along how to the contact stuff and everything else will work out. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Make arrangements to have the twins smuggled off to wherever you smuggle them off to.
Also, was that our first professional hit order?
Yeah, I think it's the first hit of the campaign. Yeah.
I think I missed. Who's getting hit? Is it Marvin?
Yeah, Marvin's not long for this world.
Marv.
Okay.
Marv.
Marv.
Yeah, if you're not close, you gotta call him Marv.
Being promoted to
He
customer.
goes by Marv. You can call him Marvin. Can you imagine?
I go by
being-
Marv.
My friends call me Marv, but you can call me Marvin.
That's kind of a power move, though.
It is.
But it works on all the horse.
To everyone else, I go by Marv, but it's Marvin to you. Let's be very clear.
Oh shit.
All right, I will report. I will expect a report from you, and
Yeah.
you know how to get a hold of me.
Full detailed reports. I will. This branch will start doing full detailed reports immediately,
I appreciate it.
and they will be full
And-
and really, really detailed and full.
And depending on how it goes, maybe we'll see about a much better promotion for you.
Honestly, that would be great. I'm happy to just be in charge of Cherry Falls if that's what it comes to.
I will put in a good word for you, and thank you for taking care of our new customer.
Always, not a problem at all.
That all is in a side conversation. You guys walk back out, and Marvin says, "Yeah, thanks for coming on in here, and I do apologize again for all of the taking off the top and the sort of lying to you about it, and sort of using your money to whore, and sort of trying to make you pay to do a thing that I'm just your employee, and you just tell me to do it, and I just do it, and I kind of said that you had to pay me to do it, and I do apologize for that, and it's been a pleasure, and we will get that done. We will get that done right away. I'll see to it."
Oh yes, there will be quite a few things getting done around here.
That's right. There sure
And
will.
I-
That there sure will. That was a joke about whoring, Cletus.
I hope you have a good promotion.
Such a good promotion. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to it.
And I'll walk out and just shut the door behind me.
Love it. Okay. You guys' I think, main order of business today, tell me if this is not true, is to make travel arrangements to get to a new Valar. You guys tell me. I think that was at least on the agenda for today.
The group opted against the map, right?
No, you guys did buy the map. You have the
But
teleportation.
using the map to get to a new Valar, right?
Yeah, so again, we kind of talked about this between sessions, but just to put it out there. So let me jump to this. You guys, part of your magic item shopping is to go down to the harbor to talk about, to look into travel options, whatever you decide to do. One of the places you go to, there is a shop selling, like magic items salvaged at sea. And one of the things that you do find is in a old kind of barnacle covered, waterlogged case, a somehow magically pristine map It is a map of the full globe of Mayor. It looks like kind of old, like some of the locations are kind of dated, but obviously the geography is the same. And it is explained to you that this is a teleportation map. Ghost kind of identifies it to make sure that it's not like a, some sort of ruse or a con man. You touch a point on this map, and it teleports you to that point. It then like burns a hole in the map, and there's a chance of destroying it forever, and you can't ever teleport to that place again. But you guys end up, as we discussed on break, buying this map as sort of a party resource. You have like a map of the world. You can touch a point on the map, and it will teleport your whole group there.
So you have a chance of destroying the entire map?
Yes. Every time you use it, there is a DC 5 luck check, which I will allow Patches to make with advantage because he's a luck check guy. If that check fails, the whole map is destroyed and gone forever. And the DC of that goes up by 1 every time it's been used, meaning if you've used the map 5 times, the DC is now 10.
Understood.
No. And in addition to that limitation, once you touch a point on the map, it kind of burns a little hole there, and you can't go to that point again.
Of course. What does that hole look like? 50 kilometers? 500 kilometers?
1 inch on a world scale map. I'm kind of imagining my finger touching a world scale map about this big. You're going to burn,
hundreds of miles.
Some like 100-mile diameter, probably. Yeah. Let's make this official because it does matter. Let me go to the world map. If you're looking at this map and imagining it as a piece of paper that you're touching, I think a point that you're touching with your finger is probably like 4 hexes, maybe. Let's just call it a
7 hexes.
Large-sized hex. Yep.
7 hexes.
So a 7 hex area. So, for example, if you touched Daybreak City up here, it would kind of take out that whole peninsula.
Does the magic work in such a way that it understands where you're trying to teleport to? Like, if I touch Daybreak, am I going to wind up somewhere within 150 miles of Daybreak, or am I going to Daybreak?
It specifically says maps on a smaller scale can teleport you more accurately than those on a larger one. Specifically, like you could get one of these maps in theory that's just of Daybreak City and get really precision. The DM decides how close you arrive to the intended target. The way that's going to work is a luck check again to see how close you get to where you meant to get.
Just curious.
Yep.
So you could end up in the ocean theoretically.
In theory, on a very bad luck check, you could end up in the ocean instead of where you wanted to end. And again, because this is a party resource, Patches can make that luck check with advantage because he's your luck guy.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, that's total side tangent.
So if you pointed at Daybreak City and you rolled a nat 20 luck check, you would end up in the building you want to end up in. And on a nat 1, you'd probably end up 5 miles offshore in the ocean outside Daybreak City. But
it should be.
Sorry, that was such a side tangent. Getting to Anuvilar.
I assume
what are our options?
So again, we'll come back to the conversation. Now you guys had, between sessions, discussed that you were going to travel to Anuvilar on a boat rather than teleporting. When you start looking into options for getting to Anuvilar, what you find is that an actual proper passenger transport ship, like a real passenger ship, a cruise ship or whatever, to Anuvilar will not be leaving from Cherry Falls for a couple of weeks. Specifically the 30th of brightness, which is some 18 days from now, a major delay. But if you'd like to look around for other options, someone can roll me a perception or investigation check, persuasion, whatever check you want to do to try to find another ship that can take you to Anuvilar.
25 perception?
25, great.
I've got okay investigation.
23 investigation, awesome. Chipping in on that as well.
27 persuasion.
From Marisco, awesome. Marisco, I think you're probably the one that's most appropriate for this role because you're the ship guy who's been on docks before. So no one else really needs to roll on your 27. Walking along the docks, Marisco, essentially looking for other ships that might be headed to Anuvilar. This shouldn't be too tall of a task with your kind of maritime knowledge. That, again, we've kind of talked about this a little bit. Anuvilar is essentially the Vatican. It is the site of the Anuvilarian Church. And summer is coming, where it is kind of the season where Anuvilar gets more sort of tourism, I guess would be the word. That it's kind of a... you may not know this. You might actually have 27 from being on the docks. It's kind of a rite of pilgrimage or passage for devout Anuvilarians to, at some point in their life, visit Anuvilar and receive a blessing from the Primifex, the sort of quote-unquote pope.
Right.
So, and that is often done in the summer, because Anuvilar be cold. So they go there in the summer when it's not quite as cold. So you're sure that you'll be able to find some other ship going to Nuvalar at this time. In addition to your 27 persuasion check, Maurice, go ahead, also like a perception check from you for no particular reason. You may roll it with advantage.
Okay. 3.
Wow.
I have really bad perception.
Really incredible. Okay, that doesn't stop you on the perception of 3. That is not super germane at the moment, but does not have any bearing on your 27 persuasion check. You kind of just go around asking various ship owners that look like they might be equipped, at least in terms of the capacity of their ships, to get you to a Nuvalar. And you eventually meet with a fella named Gil, who introduces himself. He says, "Hey, it's Gil Nevitt. You're looking for? I heard you saying you're looking for someone to take you to a Nuvalar."
Yes. Rather large group wanting to go though.
I'm gonna roll a perception check for him really quick. Okay, so bad.
I guess large is not 7. 7 is a smallish group.
He says, that is quite a group, but we can get to a Nuvalar. Well, we're going to a Nuvalar anyway. Well, I guess what I mean is we can accommodate some extra passengers. We're taking a shipment up that way. It's foodstuffs, stuff like that. And some are coming and all. They're importing a lot more food than usual. So we were gonna leave tomorrow morning. We've got room on board for all of you. It's if I'm being honest, it's not a passenger vessel. We're a shipping we're a shipping boat, but still we got bunks you can sleep in, and I suppose I'd charge you. He was going to say 20 marks a person, which is much cheaper than the vessel, but also you rolled a 27 persuasion check. So he says, and we could do what do you say, 10 marks a person? Get you up to Nuvalar, ride along. I can't promise it's going to be the most comfortable ride, but it'll be safe, and it'll be as quick as we can get you there.
And what's first class?
Oh, I'm so sorry. This is not a passenger vessel. This is, we're a ship.
That's not what I asked you.
I guess if you can have my room for 20 marks.
I will connect to this guy, and I'm gonna say, like, you can ask her for so much more.
Sorry, did I say 20 marks? I meant you can have my room for 25 marks.
That's weird, because you started with 20, so...
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I don't know what got into me. 20 marks for my room is fine.
I'm sure about that.
Give me an intimidation check.
Jesus Christ.
He did this himself.
With disadvantage, because Ghost just activated
The art of deception.
The art of deception.
That's a whole circle.
We're back.
17.
17. He says, why don't we just call it even there at 20 marks? And
That's what I thought.
yeah, 20 marks it is. 20 marks it is. So 10 marks ahead to a Nuvalar, and 20 marks if you want to sleep in my room. Because I'll just take a cot.
What kind of boat?
Well, here, I can show you around.
All I care about is if it's an arcane. Is it use Arcanotech?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We've got here. He shows it to you. You're not quite getting onto this boat yet, but he shows you.
Do you have a mechanic?
Yes,
The
we
Seabird.
actually have a fine mechanic. This is our ship. He kind of points off the dock a little bit. Says, "This is the Seabird. And we're a little crew, but we're tight. We're kind of family. Well, we're more than kind of family." And he points over at one of the crew members. He says that up there, if you can see him, that's my son Henry. He's one of our deckhands.
Oh, no.
He's so dead.
Only the father.
And then up there, you'll see Lusa.
Cut bitch and take it.
Henry, by the way, I forgot to describe these people. The captain that you're talking to, Gil Nevitt, is a kind of portly, round seagull man. He's dressed in sort of a blue overcoat and a vest and kind of nicer clothes than he necessarily needs to be piloting a vessel. Big, long orange beak. And then his son that he points out to you, Henry, is also, of course, a seagull man. He looks to be maybe in his teens. ish, somewhere around there. Also kind of dressed in just kind of deckhand accoutrement. The next person he points out, he says, "This is Lusa. She is a big, giant Sahuagin shark person, just kind of a great white shark. Giant, ripped physique, huge muscles." Gil says, "Hey, you can't see him right now. Tapper's below deck, but that's Bird. I'll introduce you later." And then the mechanic that you asked about, where'd they go? Oh, there they are. And you see kind of swinging around on the side of the boat on like one of the outside riggings and sort of the tiny little hammer working on something. A creature that's about 2.5 feet tall or so.
Oh my god.
Is it his son?
It is a
Mechanofrog?
frog made out of driftwood. It's like a little driftwood frog construct guy.
Okay, we are kidnapping this guy.
Dressed in what appears to be like a costume pirate hat with like painted pink cheeks like it's a doll of a frog, a belt full of tools, and Gil says, "Now I'm gonna get this wrong because it's a little bit of a mouthful, but he goes by, let me see here if I can get it right. Booter Benakin? We just call him Booter.
Yeah, Glassborough Bacon.
But Booter's the easy version. I say Boater, and he says that's not right. He says it's Booter. I don't know how to do the umlaut.
Glassborough Bacon.
They're just a working machine. That we came upon them, and they've just been nonstop on the ship. They know so much as a screw is out of place. So yes, we have a mechanic. We've got to find a mechanic. That's the question. You're welcome aboard. Again, this is not a passenger vessel. We don't normally accommodate a passenger, but you're obviously welcome to ride along with us.
Do you have hammocks below deck?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you have hammocks below deck?
Yes, hammocks. And I, there's normally one bed chamber. I suppose that'll be her bed chamber, and I'll just have a hammock also with all of you. That'll be first class. That's just sleeping in my bed.
We'll take the hammocks now.
But yes, if you're interested, you're welcome aboard the Seabird. We can get you there. We're headed that way, and I never like to turn down someone in need. As you guys are having this conversation, you see that someone approaches. You hear a voice says, "I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm also looking for transport to Nuvalar." A figure steps up that is maybe about...
You fuck off.
Maybe some 5'8" or so, long black, kind of ceremonial-looking priest's robes. Robes of all black, almost nondescript, and a pin, like a lapel, on the chest and neck that is a pink daisy, kind of made out of some sort of ceramic or jewelry. Wearing a mask of a wolf head, kind of a wolf skull, sort of. The jaw kind of looks skull-ish, but then the kind of frills of the ears inside of the head are kind of fur still. But again, the whole thing's just kind of like a solid ceramic mask. The voice kind of just like echoes out from inside of this. Anybody proficient in religion can make me a religion check.
Can I remove the mask?
Sure, you just
So I walk up and I
So I walk up to the stranger and I take
It's
the
a nat
mask
1,
off.
so no.
Who are you?
Wow, 2 nat 1.
I'm using my inspiration of this.
Okay, it seems appropriate.
Yeah, it does feel fitting. For the audience at home, this is a callback to one of Grade's old characters.
This is a callback. Hey,
I almost got another one, and I was going to be so livid.
Instead, it was a full swing from a 1 to a nat 19.
Full 19. Okay, 26
okay.
total.
26. Ghost, you have read a lot about the religions of the world, and a big part of the religions of the world is the sort of death rites and funereal and ceremonial rites of various religions and parts of the world. One of those that is ubiquitous is not quite the right word, but you find this sort of order of death priests all throughout the world. In nearly every continent and nation of the world, they are called Robins. At least in Golden, they're called Robins. They're called whatever each region's language is for Robin, wherever they come from. On a 26, you know that they are essentially... They act as intermediaries, sort of, between the material plane, between the living and the recently dead, and the psychopomps, the sort of ferrymen of the River Styx that come to take the souls of the dead off to the afterlife. They kind of cooperate with any religion in their own sort of funereal rites, but they kind of intercede or act as an intermediary. When someone dies, they will come to a funeral and speak to the soul of the dead person, sort of help give them peace in their passage, sort of comfort, and honestly provide like therapy to the recently dead, speaking to them to their soul on the ethereal plane and letting them know what to expect and how death is going to work and how the passage into the afterlife is going to work, and sort of pass any messages that they want to pass on to their living loved ones. And then also intercede with the sort of spirits of the plane of Mor and the plane of death that will eventually take them off to the afterlife. This is kind of an independent order of priests that act on sort of a, for lack of a more graceful word, a like freelance basis to help the dead pass on into the afterlife. Whatever their cultural and religious traditions might be, wherever they are in the world. The unique thing about them is that like they are everywhere. They are all nearly globally ubiquitous order of priests that sort of are all over the world.
Is this the first time Boss has seen one?
Because you rolled a nat 1 religion check, I think you've probably seen a Robin before but don't know anything about them.
Okay. Can I roll a separate vibe check to see if this is cool?
I mean, insight check, sure, yeah. I'm going to ask you to do it with disadvantage because they have a mask on and you can't really read their body language.
Not one.
Do I know, is there like a...
That one for 8.
Is there a typical way to like greet a Robin? Like, is there some respectful...
It's not like a specific greeting for a Robin that is universal. Again, one of the unique things about Robins is that they will participate in whatever the local cultures and customs are. Meaning, like, one thing too, most of you from this continent have maybe never interfaced with the Robin because this funeral rite is way less common here because Anuvilarianism is so prominent in Okassus. On the 26, you don't know of like a specific sort of like way you're supposed to greet them necessarily. One thing you do know on a 26 is that it's considered a very ill omen to sort of deny, passage, entry, favor, etc. to a Robin. It's kind of considered a very, very like bad luck to deny. If one asks to eat a meal at your house or if one asks to pass through your town, whatever, they kind of have a wide sort of berth.
Kind of like you invite death by denying it.
Something along those lines. Sure, yeah. Different people have different superstitions, but yeah. And certainly one of those is it's a real bad idea not to bring a Robin along if they ask for a ride at sea. Go ahead, Bones.
I didn't roll because I'm not proficient, but does Ghost on a 26 know if there is a premonitory element to these? Do they show up ahead of time because they know death is on the way?
On a 26, ghosts, that is not your understanding. So no more so than would be natural in the real world, as in like if your grandpa is super sick, you might call a Robin because you know he's going to die soon. You want him there when he dies. Okay. But no, they don't like necessarily have premonitions of the soon to be dead.
Got it.
No.
Okay.
I'll give them a little nod, just like a respectful kind of bow. Can I change your lore?
Probably, yeah, as your character. Go ahead.
Okay. Instead of a daisy, could it be an apple blossom?
I love that so much, and I'm so glad that you remembered that because I did call it a daisy, but it is an apple blossom. You're absolutely correct. As you give this Robin a bit of a nod, they kind of nod back at you, and Gil says, certainly. It would be far from me to deny passage to one of your order. And he kind of doesn't know what to do. He like takes his hat off and holds it to his chest a little bit. The Robin says, gracious indeed, and I am thankful for it. I don't need to go all the way as far as Anuvilar, only as far as Greycliff, if it's on your way. Just to move us out to the world map for a second.
Yeah, please.
Greycliff is right here. which is halfway between here and Nuvalar. You're going to pass by it, so it's not out of your way.
What is Great Cliff? Do I know? I mean, just boss down?
You can roll me a history check and apply your geopolitics.
Dirty 20.
On a dirty 20, Great Cliff is one of a few what could be considered quote-unquote big cities, though even then is much smaller than most of the big cities of the world, in Kohan. You know that most of the nation of Kohan is a lot of sort of dispersed, smaller settlements, villages, tribes, even in some cases, stuff like that. A part of the world where really the Industrial Revolution, for the most part, has not reached so much. But Great Cliff is coastal, and therefore sees a lot of international travel and stuff like that for people coming to Kohan from abroad. It's geopolitics lore. It's not a place of tremendous geopolitical importance. There's a little bit of trade that moves through there, but you've maybe seen some pictures from Great Cliff in a book at some point. But
what's the national language?
They speak the language of Kohan, which is Kohakni.
Okay. Is Golden still?
You're outside of the Union there, so you might not. Maybe not everyone will speak Golden. That said, it's a port town, so a lot will speak Golden, but not everyone. The common folk there probably won't speak Golden.
Okay. And so that, as far as where they're going, it's roughly going to be halfway. I mean, 60%.
Yeah, it's a little bit 60% of the way there.
Okay.
And also, just since we're on languages, this is a total sidebar, but we did talk about this off session. I'll say it now on mic. When you get to a Nuvalar, that is also another part of the country where Golden is not the common language. Again, so many people travel there that you're going to be able to probably get by with Golden, but there'll be people that in a Nuvalar and around a Nuvalar that don't speak any Golden, and some of you are going to have some appropriate languages to speak to people there. Just whenever that comes up.
I think we might have enough translators.
Yeah, I'd say that hasn't been a barrier yet this campaign, but this is your first time leaving the Procasian Union.
That's a good point.
Go ahead.
I'm going to bed. Okay, bye. Good night. Goodbye.
Okay, bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Be sure to floss with your spaghetti.
Floss with your spaghetti before bed. Gil says, Great Cliff, that's not a problem at all. That's not even very far out of our way. We can get you to Great Cliff, not a problem. Do you have any cargo or anything, or is it just you? And the Robin says, just a coffin. Gil says, far be it from me to, you ever have two superstitions that seem to conflict with one another? Yes. Whatever you need, it won't be a problem at all. Gil seems a little bit flustered. Brother Robin says, very well, you have my gratitude. I will meet here in the morning. Gil says, that would be our pleasure. We'll see you then. And he kind of, again, takes the hat off and puts it over his heart, which is not a real gesture of anything, but he just kind of seems like he needs to do something to gesture appropriately to this person. Cadence.
The manifest we read said that the living specimen was already shipped?
Yes, so what Marble found was that on the 16th of Sprouts, almost a full month ago,
Okay.
The 2 boxes from the Vanguard factory, one that contained a living specimen stasis, were shipped from Cherry Falls to Anuvilar, and supposed to arrive in Anuvilar on the 22nd of Sprouts, which is 20 days ago right now. And they were that shipment was accompanied by an escort named Marty Langdon.
Okay.
Gil says, as the Robin kind of walks away, says to the rest of you, that gave me the heebie-jeebies. I've seen Robins around. No one's ever asked me for a transport before. I guess you can't say no to a Robin, right? But where were we? Yes. Well, now with stopping at Great Cliff. If we make decent time, about 6 days with the stop at Great Cliff, so 4 to Great Cliff and another 2 to Anuvilar. We might be able to make better time than that if we can make exceptional time, if we get a little lucky. Tides go our way and all that. Mauricio, please give me a new perception check with advantage. Okay, 14. When you first saw this guy, it kind of makes sense. To put the reveal up front a little bit, you recognize this guy now. On the 3 up top, you didn't recognize him when you saw him, which kind of makes sense because he looks quite different since the last time you saw him. On the 14, it's hard to not recognize the voice because it is a little distinctive, and especially when he says, "If the tides go our way," and there's something in that phrase that like triggers a bit of a memory. The thing that causes you to remember who this guy is seeing him say that thing about the tides, hearing him say that thing about the tides, and then looking up to the deck and seeing his son, who is some, 20 years or whatever his younger. This guy, Gil, the name finally rings a bell. He was a member of the crew of one Daku Yavusa on the Annabelle, the ship that found you at sea and took you to Puerto Soltera in your youth. Obviously, that was, 23 years ago, if I am getting my math right here?
Sounds right.
When you last saw him, he was his son's age and is now a middle-aged man. And his voice is a little deeper and gruffer, and he's a little rounder. But seeing his son and looking back at him, his son now looking a lot like the man that you met on the boat, you recognize this guy. You don't know the name Nevitt. He never told you his last name, but you remember the name Gil. You remember him as being he didn't say much. Most of your interactions on the boat were with other members of the crew. Gil was kind of just a deckhand and was often doing work kind of off to the side. You didn't really talk to him a ton. You mostly talked to Daku. But yeah, you recognize him when he says something about the tides. You have a flash of a memory of him saying something about the tides all those years ago as you were approaching Puerto Soltera. He still doesn't recognize you because he rolled a dog shit perception check. But you recognize him. You know who this guy is.
Your son. You looked like you were small. Oh my gosh. Marisco. I'm Marisco. Do you remember a long time ago? Like 23 years.
His eyes narrow a little bit. He says, Marisco.
Annabelle, they had found me overboard. I was very much smaller. Top.
No, yeah, I remember you, Marisco. You were so young then. You've grown up. Gosh, wow, what a small world. Whoa.
I never expected to see any of you again, let alone here. Yeah, small world indeed.
You are... Wow, I don't even know where to start. You're still going by Marisco? We just made that name up.
Yeah, nothing else really ever stuck.
So you
never really found out the real one, so it's...
So it never came back to you, huh? You never remembered anything, huh?
Nope, just bits and dreams that don't seem to connect, or they do, but I don't know yet. I have a lead, though. I'm just going the opposite direction.
Right. Wow. Wow, what a blast from the past. I don't even know what to say. Boy, I bet you have a million questions. I
did not figure you would have them for me. For answers, I mean. Sorry, the questions.
I think I owe it to you to whatever I know I can tell you. Give me an insight check, Marisco. And anyone else who's proficient in insight that wants to.
21.
21.
Natural 20 for 25.
Ooh, natural 20 for 25.
14 again.
14, okay. On a 14, you get basically what he's projecting, which is like, he really owes it to you to tell you everything that he knows. Of course he does. You were a child with amnesia on his ship. How could he not at least try to help you however he can? On a 21 and a 21, that is for Bossum Marble on the 21 and the 21, coming from a place of guilt. Coming from a place of, when he remembers who this is, he feels guilty. And a nat 20 for 25 from Cadence. A little bit, you see a very subtle dart of his eyes to his son just for a second and then back in. You read the same guilt and also know unequivocally on a nat 20 that this man is keeping secrets from his child, from his son, from his near adult son. So take that for what you will. He looks at you and says, well, we've got a few days on a boat in front of us. I suppose we have plenty of time to catch up. I'd love to know. It would do me well, honestly, to know what became of your life. Shoot.
I mean, honestly, that's pretty great. I will get back to it eventually. I just had to, figure out things first.
Right.
I will cook you something that'll fill you quite a bit.
You're still cooking?
Yes. I never really gave that up.
Oh, that's good to hear. It warms my heart up to know that things have gone well for you. I'm really worried about you. All right. Boy, I'm inclined to sit here and dish all day with you, but maybe we talk about it on the boat?
Yes, that sounds good.
All right, then. Boy, what a day. Robin, Marisco is here. Wow. All right. Well, will you all just meet us here in the morning? We'll be ready for you. Why don't we call it 8? Give you enough time to pack your bags and grab a bit to eat. Lusa, he nods his head towards the shark person. She's a great cook. She takes a lot of pride in it. But you'll eat well with us.
Is there a way for me to pay you for a hammock in the ship tonight?
Sure. You don't want to stay in a hotel or something? I mean, you can. I'm not going to turn down your money, but...
I believe I'm done with this land.
Fair enough. I'm not going to charge you. Give me a persuasion check.
Yeah, please. Well, not 20.
Nice. He says, look, you're going to be a paying customer. I think one night sleeping on the hammocks while it's just docked here anyway, and you can sleep on the boat if you want.
I would appreciate this.
You're welcome. You're welcome to the Seabird. Welcome aboard.
I give him 5 marks.
All right, he'll take it. And after taking your marks and making arrangements, he kind of heads back onto the boat, and kind of you hear him shouting to the crew like, "All right, we've got passengers. We've got a Robin coming as far as Grey Cliff, and a bunch of folks coming with us to Anuvalar. So, yeah, let's clean up the quarters." And you see Henry and Lusa walk downstairs to kind of clean up the bedrooms a little bit. And with that, you guys have the rest of this day to do any prep or last minute things you want to do in Cherry Falls. Patches has made arrangements for Top and Yo-Yo. Nessa is kind of set up to just stay here and kind of work on the sort of union stuff for now. Raoul is going to take his own... at some point while you guys are at the docks, Raoul makes arrangements to take his own boat to Nidus. Anything you guys want to do with the remainder of this day here in Cherry Falls, the 12th of brightness?
I'll probably go ahead with Top and Yo-Yo and Nessa to...
Canton?
I don't remember. Yes, those people. And while they're kind of working on stuff, and I'll kind of participate as best I can, but what I'm mostly doing is I'm going to be getting out like my compasses and my protractors, and I'm going to try to write up a very, very arcane, like very mechanical scroll of seeing invisibility for Ghost.
Lovely.
So like throughout the day while they're doing this, I'm just kind of sitting there, just kind of like...
Yeah.
I don't know how different it would look like from his, just because it's probably a little bit... I imagine it being a little bit more mechanical.
Fairly similar, because you and Ghost are both arcane spellcasters.
Yeah.
There's some differences in your rotations and stuff like that.
I assume where his is probably more like, practiced hand-drawn. Mine is very like, I'm using like instruments to make it very exact.
Yeah, for sure. It makes a lot of sense.
But yeah, so at the end of the day, Ghost, I will have a spell scroll of see invisibility for you.
Perfect. Ghost, add that to your inventory. Anybody else have things they want to tend to in Cherry Falls before their time here is done?
I do.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Box.
Nathul.
Yes.
Would you please take a short walk with me?
Sure. Does it have to be short?
It does not. No. Would you like to go see the waterfall?
Certainly.
Let's go see the waterfall.
Yeah. If you guys want, we can pay a nominal fee for a little like boat tour under the waterfall, or otherwise you can just kind of go out to where there's like little decks and piers overlooking the waterfalls. You can kind of take in the natural beauty of it.
I think we'll find our own hike.
Yeah. Just take a little hike. You can end up after a short hike, kind of up on one of these cliff sides overlooking the waterfall.
Nithul, I thought that maybe I would be able to help you affix this to the back of your lamp, and then you would be able to shine forward and backward at all time.
Thank you, boss.
I want you to always be able to see what you want and need to see. And you got the Everbright Lantern.
Thank you. This is very kind. I
just hope there are moments that if I find myself in dark, I find them with you, and therefore it will not be as dark as I could have found myself within on my own.
Can you give me an insight check?
Yeah. 26.
Jesus. Ghost seems very flustered. For reasons that haven't come up yet.
Are your mandibles clacking?
I think his antennae are just kind of like twitching a little bit. Just like, it just kind of like holds the lantern very closely and is kind of examining it, kind of averting eye contact for a little bit. Do you feel like you can't always see everything that you want to?
I rarely see the things I want to see.
And what do you want to see?
I'd like to see my homeland safe. I don't see that happening anytime soon. I would like to see my loved ones safe. That seems far away. There are moments, though, where I just wish to see the people that I have around me happy for just a minute. I'd like to see one night of happiness. Remember the night that we danced?
I do.
I would like to dance again. That's my happiness. I would love to dance once more.
Do you want to go dance?
Right now?
Sure.
I'm sure we could find a place to dance. Yeah, I'd love to dance with you.
Alright.
Where are we going to dance?
I don't know. I've never been to the city, but I assume that there are some places for that. There's
from where I'm from, we have this sort of traditional dancing where we all do it together. It's very different than what they do here, but it is still kind of a formal sense of group dancing. I'm sure we could find a place to do this. We could have fun. Let's do this.
Let's go.
All right, let's go. Right now. You happy?
Extremely.
Let's go dance.
He'll attach the lantern to his belt. Follow us.
So the two of you make your way down back into town and find somewhere to do some dancing. Ranging from, if you wish to, truly the most like fucking hoedown square dance bullshit you can imagine.
Square dance in a barn.
Square dancing in a barn.
To be fair, Boss is trying his best to not be recognized.
True.
So yeah.
So like, let's go to the place where like high rollers don't go.
Yeah.
People with names.
There's so few high rollers in Cherry Falls.
I'm saying
so
like
easy to
people
avoid
with names don't go there.
I'm with you. Yeah,
Let's go.
You find some middle of nowhere, literally probably like not a New Valarian, but a First Altruist church. It's probably the best place to go to dance. It's just church people square dancing to like religious music that isn't like weirdo religious. It's like the First Altruist church is just about like be nice to each other. Yeah,
This is a place that has a problem with homosexual
You could say
couples.
homosexuals, yeah.
To be clear, I know this is a little tongue-in-cheek, but like, yeah, the First Altruist church has zero issue. They're all about loving one another, treat each
love
other how you want to be treated. It's literally where in this world.
Well, it's the altruist church. Of course, it's in the name.
Right, where in this world, where the word altruism came from
Right.
is the plane of altruists and the church of altruists.
It's in the name.
It is about treating other people the way you would like to be treated.
I love that.
Treating other people kind for the sake of treating them kind. They don't care about your race or creed or religion or sexuality or anything. So yes, you go find some place to dance where people are just kind of loving and kind to one another and do some dancing.
Drake,
Knowing that Boss has been very like on edge about being seen and stuff, I think we'll probably like maybe stay outside, just like close enough that we can hear the music. And Ghost is gonna cast invisibility curtain around us.
Oh.
That's the cutest shit I've ever
That
heard in
works
my
so well.
entire life.
I also cast Pass Without Trace.
Amazing. You guys get past that trace and invisibility curtain.
Sneakiest
and,
dance.
Ghost, you cast this magic, and there is a flash of the brilliant light of the lamp that cascades around you like rising aurora in a circle. As Boss, you grasp down to the magic of the earth, and there's rising shadow that mingles with that light. And as those two lights and shadows mingle, you find yourselves in a pocket of space that exists for no one but the two of you. Other than the music that permeates from the inside of the church, as you guys spend a little bit of time dancing outside of this First Altruist church.
Boss looks to Nathul and goes, I'm sorry, this might seem kind of inappropriate, but what is your mouth?
I was sort of wondering the same thing about you.
Oh my god.
And I lift my trunk up and go, I hope this is not too intimidating.
Like, pull his mandibles back.
This started out so cute.
It was so cute a second ago. And now we're moving trunks and mandibles out of the way.
This is what it is, okay?
It is what
Fuck
it is.
This is what it is.
I don't know how I didn't see this coming.
Oh no!
Fucking put your hands down or calm down.
He can grab your tusks with his mandibles.
So don't. No, that's weird.
That's weird. That's what that was.
We're bulking it weird now?
Have you not seen this coming? Can we back up?
Yeah, totally.
Could be serious.
Let's lock in. Let's really lock in.
I'm so sorry.
I'm really not sure how this is going to work, but I feel like I must make it happen. And I reach in, pull my trunk up, put my face to him, and I give him the kiss that I can give him.
Amazing.
Ghost is extremely surprised.
Do you kiss back?
That's what I gotta know.
Yeah, as I haven't thought about like Thri-Kreen relationships or how this even works. He does his like Thri-Kreen equivalent of a kiss.
Yeah. It's a funny thing, like, so many of the humanoid species of this world are just the great spirits being like, oh, it'd be cool if an elephant was a person, and making them a person. However, we have firmly established that Thri-Kreen are not humanoids. They have such a different sort of like culture and biology than like regular humanoids. I don't know, ghosts. I don't know how Thri-Kreen smooch. I leave that to your discretion, how Thri-Kreen be smooching.
I feel like it'd be like a lot of antenna touching.
A lot of
maybe?
antenna touching, probably.
Yeah.
A lot of, yeah.
I mean, I have a trunk. We could. I could lift that high in the sky. We just,
Oh, he can touch your tusk.
we
with
could
his
tap
antenna.
around with it. You know what I mean?
I think what we've done here is failed to fade to black when we needed to.
I think what we've determined is that this kiss ends with both of them feeling like very awkward a little.
Right.
As they're like, we're gonna need to work on this.
But at the same time, like, we just learned something.
Yeah.
It's also very cute that the two of you culturally fish out of water, going to a third culture to like dance there, are also now both trying to do a third culture's thing to express your feelings.
Right.
Yeah,
That's fun.
Yeah, I like that.
I love it.
It's
I just like, I mean, maybe I licked the inside of your plastic mouth. I don't know what a bug's mouth's like.
we don't have to get adjectives involved here.
Keep your adjectives to yourself.
I'm just saying, like, I don't know. But
So,
like,
it's
but
like, I should have done this like fully 4 minutes ago, but I will now say that as you guys kiss, we sort of fade away from the moment. Unless you guys, I won't stop you guys from further conversations. Absolutely, carry on with any conversations you have after this lovely kiss.
we'll kiss till we figure it out.
Obscured from the world by illusion and magic. I'll come back to the two of you in case there's more you want to talk about. For Bones, you got a hand raised. Go.
I'm going to find Marisco at some point, and I'm going to be like, so you know that guy, you know the captain.
Yes, he was on the ship that found me all that time ago. I didn't put two and two together at first, but then I saw his son, and then the name, and then just all, it came back to me.
That makes sense. And he found you as a kid, so it has been many, many years since then.
Yes, and I didn't say my name out loud, so...
Yeah. I don't know if it came up the first time. I know that he found you and he took care of you for a while. Why did you end up leaving him? Why did you not just stay with him?
He wasn't the captain of the ship. The captain of the ship, he just... I don't think their line of work was suitable for a kid.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So they
just dropped you off.
got me to land and gave me a little bit of money, and that was about all they could do.
I see. Well, that makes sense. He was nice though. You trust this man?
They were nice to me, and yeah, I trust him.
Okay. Yeah, I did not have much about it. It's just we've been in a lot of circumstances lately where these butterflies have shown up, and it has been serendipitous. And I'm trying. For a long time, I did not believe in coincidence, and I think that belief has been cemented over the past month and a half or so.
Awful lot lining up to just be coincidence, huh? I guess.
Perhaps. Not super fond of they called it the robin showing up. That's
am I familiar with the robin? Is that...
You can make me a religion check.
I was going to say I should probably do that too.
You can both make religion checks if you wish to.
14.
16.
14 and 16, yeah, you both have certainly heard of robins. Again, even being from totally different parts of the world with different cultures and different religions, robins are kind of universally respected because no matter where you go, people die and people go on to the afterlife, and it's nice to have someone there to facilitate that process. So, certainly both of you know what a robin is. You know, I don't know, it's up to you. I'll let you guys decide on 14 and 16 if you've personally interfaced with one. But you know their role. They show up they can be, I don't think either of you know whether they're hired for money or if it's on what basis they show up to various funerals or deaths. But they show up to deaths and sort of, speak to the dead on behalf of the family and pass messages back and forth and help facilitate the passage of the dead onto the afterlife. And Boss, you get a quick hand raise.
The only quick question I have about that is that this one was wearing like a sort of like a wolf death mask. Do they wear different masks?
I totally forgot to mention that. I should have said it on the 26 Ghost roll. This is a standardized uniform. They all wear this uniform. And Ghost on a 26, you would also know the sort of flat monotone that they were speaking in is a effect of the mask. The mask is magical and transmutes their voice into a flat monotone.
It's the same mask every time. That's
the
wolf mask.
Always a wolf mask, and they're sort of intended to remain anonymous. You're supposed to not really ever have any personal attachment to
it's
the
like
robin themselves.
the skull death wolf mask with a monotone voice.
And actually, on a 26, Ghost was very, very good. Not many people know for sure the origins of this imagery. The pink apple blossom is strange. The wolf mask doesn't make a ton of sense. You, Ghost, on the 26, being a very, very good roll, know that the sort of imagery is said to be in the image of one of the psychopumps of the afterlife. That, like, for a more commonly used word, one of the ferrymen. There are ferrymen that take people off to the afterlife, and one of the most frequently things many, many people for many thousands of years, or at least hundreds of years of recorded history, have reported when speaking into death and the experience of death, seeing this wolf and this pink apple blossom robe, etc. So they've sort of fashioned this order of priests in that imagery.
That's cool
as a result.
Yeah.
Yeah. All, again, heavily based on a Drake character from the previous campaign.
Dre, you're so cool.
Dre's so cool.
Thanks.
Pretty cool. Sorry, back to Bones and Briscoe.
Bones.
They are a bit unsettling, yes. I always wonder if death follows them or they follow death. I assume it is the second one, but...
It seems more likely, although when the gods, or I guess when the religious and the divine get involved, it can be hard to tell. I know that there is some magic there, even with the distance that has been created. Or at least, after meeting Patches, I'm starting to believe that. I still don't know what to make of Patches.
I say, you still think that he's the god? I think he is a bit crazy.
I don't know. I'm not amazing at reading people. I tend to take them at face value, but I've seen him do some miraculous things, and I know just enough about magic to understand that he's not, apart from that wand, using items to do it. He's not... I don't know. I don't know what to make of him yet, but I do think that he, at the very least, takes himself very seriously and has no motive to do so other than truly believing it. I don't know. Perhaps it is me wanting to believe that there is something bigger out there trying to take care of us, but I don't know. On the topic of death, and I apologize, this is morbid, Ral said that he was going to go look into your slug thing, sea slug.
Yes.
Suppose that he finds an antidote. Are you going to go back? Are you going to lose all of this?
Lose all of it? What do you mean?
I don't know how this works, but if there was a wall put up in your mind and you cannot remember anything from before that wall, and the antidote lets you jump back over the wall, do you forget?
I would hope that I do not forget everything after the wall. After the wall is a lot longer than before the wall. At that point, I would not care. I mean, I don't want to lose everything else. Do you think that could happen? I
don't know what I think. I don't know anything about this. Poisons are not my specialty. It's just a thought that occurred to me. You have sussed correctly that I am being deliberately distant, and I think that it is reasonable and truthful for me to tell you that I am scared to lose you more than I should be, and I'm just trying to learn more about this.
It's probably good to learn more about it before jumping in. That is a good point. I had never considered that, but I would very much not like to lose myself also. And everybody, and you.
There might be great truths beyond that wall.
A great deal of truths for a, 13-year-old in a 30-year-old man's body. I'm not actually 30, I'm 27, I think. God, I don't remember what we put.
I think 27 is correct.
That is crazy. I had assumed because you are very small that you were younger than me, and I realize now that I'm speaking to an elder. I'm sorry, I should show you some respect.
Oh, no. Do not worry about that. It is fine. I prefer we are equal terms.
Equal.
How much older am I than you?
A few years.
That's nothing then. 2 years is...
Elder's
2 years.
Really disrespectful.
I was going
Elder,
to
whatever.
see if maybe before we leave I can find a book about how to play the oboe. And we are leaving at 6:30 tomorrow morning, I believe, which means I'm probably going to go break into a library if you would like to join.
Yeah, sure, that sounds fun. I can do that. Watch your back.
Excellent.
Get into the section that they don't want you to go to, because I've always wondered what's in there.
Yeah, I think I would like a stealth mission where life is not on the line. Yeah, how would you like to go do a heist with me?
Hey, low risk heist sounds nice. Folks are a little easier to lose than you.
You guys have this conversation as the sun is kind of setting. You're near the water's edge by the river that flows out to the sea. Make a perception checks from both of you.
17. Sorry, no, 15.
15 from Bones, 12 from Maurice.
12.
Mauricio, you don't see it on a 12.
That's okay. I committed to having bad wisdom. This is my fault.
I love it. And it's good for this moment anyway. Bones on a 15. You guys are seated by the water, and you've been watching this whole conversation. The water kind of crests in and out ever so subtly. You're not quite at a beach where it's fully like waves cresting on the shore like a tide, but the water still kind of ebbs and flows. And you just watch a few moments over this conversation where the water of the river bends in a way that almost feels unnatural to wash along kind of your feet and Maurisko's feet as they're near the water. And you couldn't necessarily say that it's supernatural. You couldn't prove it. But the way the water moves towards the two of you, you guys have seen blue butterflies lately. Bones has maybe started to believe that coincidences don't exist. Whatever strings of fate have thrown you guys into great danger and peril is the same one that has brought you here to sit by this water together. And the two of you get up and go find a library to rob. Give me a stealth check, please, both of you.
16.
100%. 18 from Maurisko. You guys spent a full day here in Cherry Falls that you could have just gone to the library at any point, and instead you wait till the sun is down.
You misunderstand the point of this exercise.
Oh no, I fully understand.
There's no point to the exercise.
The point of the exercise is to do a crime.
You're doing wrong.
You guys together go do the world's most minor crime, which is essentially just going to a library after it is closed.
Correct. I leave money for the book.
No.
I leave money, yeah.
Just to read a book.
No, I'm taking the book, but I am leaving money.
It's a free library.
That's not how library.
If you take the
libraries
book
work.
and never come back with
Yeah,
it.
I'm not returning
Well,
this
yeah,
book.
$26.
You
How much money are you leaving?
Whatever a book's worth.
a mark is a mark. No problem.
2 marks for the trouble. They have to order another one.
Yeah, sure.
You
You
don't
walk,
get caught.
Dumbest theft.
you walk away with a book about playing the oboe for your travels tomorrow. We don't have to go deep in this scene, but at some point when you all regroup for the evening, Raoul says, before we all bid farewell to one another, I did buy my ticket to Nidus, and I know Maurisko seems a little better at this than me, but would you mind if I cook for you all?
Of course.
Yes.
I would be honored if you cooked for us, yes.
Yeah, that seems lovely. Yes.
Raoul will cook you guys a meal. I'll roll in front of the screen. He's going to try to...
Outdo Mursko and fail.
What's he want to make us?
He wants to use the bourbon. Cherry Falls is all about the bourbon. So I think
cool.
you're coastal as well. So I think he gets some really, really beautiful fish and makes sort of like a bourbon maple
Glaze. Yeah, you can do glaze,
Dijon
yeah.
kind of glaze,
Do glaze.
for it. If Maurisko will help, he'll do so with advantage.
Yeah, I'll do that. Oh,
Thank
Not
God.
bad. He's got a good modifier, so 10 plus 8 is 18. It's not a Maurisko.
better than the 1.
Right, yeah, the advantage was extremely helpful. He makes you guys a very, very good meal. If you guys had anybody but Maurisko in your party, a gourmet chef, this would be like one of the best meals you've had in a long time. Doesn't quite equal to Maurisko's incredible talents and magic, but nonetheless, lovingly crafted. And then, go ahead, Mark.
I have just one. Well, first a quick question, and then maybe a quick thing.
Yeah.
We all know about Mursko's thing with the slug, right?
I think he's told everyone about that, yes.
Okay. I kind of, when we're sitting there, Marvel's just has been doing a lot of magic recently. He's been kind of leaning to like, hey, Mursko, I was thinking, you lost your memories because that slug, right?
I mean, theoretically, that is the running theory. Yes, probably.
Could you not just like cook it and you use that property to like do the opposite?
Maybe. I don't see why not. We've
I mean,
kind of reversed stuff before. I don't know. Maybe the poison is harder to work with, and then we're also adding magic into the mix.
Yeah, I was just a thought. I don't know. I was just I really don't understand how your magic works.
Maurice, go give me a cook utensils check. Ooh, such a good
25.
You've started to do a little bit of experimenting with using ingredients in unique ways. Obviously, like, I gave you a recipe for Nimmelwort, and you fully came up with a totally different idea for what you could do with it, and rolled dice and made it happen. In a hypothetical universe that is being posed here, where you were poisoned with a slug's venom and it erased your memories, I think you can imagine a world where that same thing could be like repurposed to the opposite effect, sort of like restore memories. If there's a memory altering poison out there, could you cook it to alter them just, in the opposite direction? On a 25, I think what you think is that is possible. On a 25, I think you also think if there is, this slug, this nudibranch with poison that can erase memories, perhaps there are other ingredients that can be done to accomplish the opposite effect as well.
So a good idea, Marvel. Even if I couldn't do the slug itself, there might be other things that could counteract the poison.
Raoul will kind of chime in and say, well, I'm headed to Nidus. I will see what I can find out. Maybe I can find some leads on other ingredients you could use to undo whatever happened to you.
Yes, don't touch it yourself, because then we have twice the problem.
Yep, no, I'm going to avoid touching any poisonous nudibranches, despite my curiosities.
Little.
Yeah.
I have no regrets for the movements that I've made this evening. But I will tell you right now that I am quite afraid of the movements that we make from here on out. Not together, of course, but where we are projected to go is quite terrifying. Are you going to be there?
As much as I can be.
I feel that's the same answer I could give.
Yes, I think we all have pressing issues to deal with, unfortunately.
We're heading to a quite cold land. Maybe ice and snow.
I've never seen snow or really been cold.
You've never been cold?
Not particularly.
It's very hard.
Oh.
It's not good. It's especially for you. You've never been cold. No, this is going to be bad for you. We have to find you. No, we have to find you like proper clothing, like now. This is going to be bad. You will not like this.
Oh. What kind of clothing? Is my dress not going to be appropriate?
No, we're going to cover you with multiple inches of fabric.
That sounds heavy.
It is. Trust me, it is. But you've never been cold. Okay. Yes, this makes sense.
The lamp it's always comfortable temperature down there, and we've been in the desert ever since. It's been very hot.
You're right. No, this makes sense. No, we're going to cover you in a lot of heavy clothing. You will be tired within hours.
Okay. That's very fair.
As you guys enjoy a meal prepared by Raoul one last night together before many of you split ways, the Pendleton brothers once again going up their own direction, and Nessa staying here, Raoul going off his own way, and you guys boarding a boat to head off to Anuvalar. That's where we'll pick up next time. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we will see you all next time. Bye-bye!